keep warm. So we will now move on to start. Apologies for the delay. Before we get started though, I wanted to thank a couple of units and people without whom this event would not be possible. And that's first the leadership of the West African Research Association. We have some officials online with us. And secondly, I wanted to thank the African Studies Center with at its head, ASC's director, Professor Victoria Rovin, and then its associate director, Ada Umenwalili, who is with us right here. Thank you, Ada, for doing everything for the success of the event. I also wanted to thank the head of the Department of African American Diaspora Studies, Professor Claude Clegg, who is here with us, who has also given a lot of support to this event. And then to Professor Mark Katz from the Department of Music, and to the rest of us who are moderating panels or participating actively in the event. Now, I would like to invite Professor Clegg. There's one of our guests who is on Zoom and who must leave a little early. So I will invite WARA official Professor Wendy Fall to give a few words of welcome before we move on. Welcome again to UNC campus, and thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and good morning to everyone. I wish I was there with you. I'm only going to say a few words, mostly of welcome and congratulations. It's so exciting to see these regional conferences take place. It's a direction that Jenny has worked hard to bring us in, and it's so promising. All of us as Africanists often find ourselves in a very small community, and it's such a luxury and it's so inspiring to have this kind of community where we can exchange ideas, talk about our current research, and be inspired by our colleagues. So I'm really very happy that it's happening. Regional conference allows much greater participation. It allows people to do ongoing work on their writing projects and their publishing projects. And I'm sure it's going to be a really stimulating conference. I wish that I could be with you, but I teach today. So there is that, and I won't be able to stay long. But I also want to say Ramadan Kareem to those who are fasting, wishing you all the blessings of Ramadan. And I'm sure you're going to have a great time. I'm sorry that I won't be with you, but I'm sure it's going to be very productive and very interesting. So thank you to Ada for making sure that I could hear and that I was set up to participate. Thank you to Jenny Parker for all the work that she's done in setting up these. I think this is the third of our regional conferences. We were in California and we were in Wisconsin. And it's very exciting to be here at UNC, even though I'm far away. And bonne continuation. Je vous souhaite une très bonne conférence. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Professor Wendy Wilson-Fall. Thank you very much again. I will now invite Professor Claude Clegg to bless us with the words of welcome.
Welcome, good morning. Happy Friday, summer day, or at least it's gonna feel like a summer day, I understand today. Welcome to the West African Research Association Conference, sponsored by the Department of African American and Diaspora Studies, and also by the Music Department here at UNC, and also importantly by the African Studies Center. Welcome, we all welcome you to this conference that is designed to honor and bring together those who care about West Africa and West African politics, culture, life, history, aesthetics, and so forth. I'm especially grateful to have the opportunity to make these introductory remarks, and very thankful to Professor Kamara, my good colleague in AAAD, for inviting me to do so. The study of West Africa features prominently in the history and the research, the teaching, the life of my department, and also the university more broadly. Among our faculty, we have scholars such as Professor Kamara, who teaches Wolof, along with courses such as Introduction to African Literature and Contemporary Cultures of Islamic Africa. Professor Kamara is presently working on a book project that analyzes the social and cultural meanings behind the apparent disjunctures between the sacred and the profane in Senegalese popular music. Yeah, we also have faculty members such as Professor Michael Lambert, who teaches courses on social movements, colonialism, migration, belonging, and indigeneity in Africa, and who is currently working on a book project on the politics of space, migration, and longing in Senegal. Additionally, I'm especially honored to recognize Blessing Adudonkun Owijodu, who teaches a Yoruba course, language course in our department. This is an especially important class, both because it offers instruction in a world language for which there are tens of millions of speakers in Nigeria, in West Africa, and the larger diaspora of Yoruba speakers. And also, it marks what I believe will be the beginnings of a full-blown Yoruba language track with multiple levels offered here at UNC, which will complement our offerings in Swahili and in Wolof. As always, as Professor Kamara was also saying, the UNC African Studies Center has been our close partner and ally in sponsoring African language instruction and other programming. From underwriting the cost of this conference and the teaching of advanced language instruction, the center has been a vital and essential facilitator of the study of African languages and culture here at UNC Chapel Hill. As the center embarks upon a new path under the leadership, the directorship of Professor Victoria Rovine, who specializes in West African art, focusing on textiles and dress practices, it will build upon a very strong and solid foundation of achievement when it comes to advocating and supporting faculty and students and the study of West Africa more generally. We are pleased to see the center in such good hands and look forward to continuing our productive relationship with it. Without further ado, I would like to thank every one of you all for coming out to learn more about West Africa. And I would like to particularly express my appreciation for all the presenters that will be before us today, who will share their research and wisdom with us. The theme of today's conference, Peace Building in West Africa, is a timely one. And you're in for a very special treat concerning the broad sweep of subject matter that will be covered, ranging from popular music and culture to democratization and U.S.-Senegalese relations. At this juncture, I'd like to recognize my colleague, Dr. Kamara, for leading much of the hard work that went into making this conference a reality, as well as the Sonia Haynes Stone Center for Black Culture and History for hosting this important event. Again, welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Clegg, for the very warm welcome remarks. Now I will invite our keynote speaker, but before then, just a few words of introduction about Professor Eric Chari, who is a professor of music at Wesleyan University, where he teaches undergraduate and graduate courses in ethnomusicology, His publications include the books Monday Music, published by the University of Chicago Press in 2000, and Hip Hop Africa from Indiana University Press in 2012, and most recently, the chapter Music and Postcolonial Africa that came out as part of the Palgrave Handbook of African Colonial and Postcolonial History in 2018. His new and concise history of rock and R&B, thank you for that volume, was published by Wesleyan University Press in 2020. With this, I would like you to please help me warmly welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Eric Chari.
Yeah. Here? Here, let me. I'd like to thank Professor Kamra for the invitation and his crew for making this possible, and thank you all for showing up today. It's a real honor to come here and speak with you. I want to make sure I'm on time. I think we're scheduled to finish at 10:40, and so maybe I'll stop at 10:30, leave some time. Is that all right? I'm going to talk and show some slides and talk and show some videos. The term griot is fraught. It is burdened, loaded, and charged. It is recognized as foreign in both African and European languages, yet it has origins in both. Can I pull this down? Okay. The venerable Oxford English Dictionary tracks the etymology of the word to the 17th century French, noting, quote, of uncertain ulterior etymology. There's good reason for that. It did not exist before then. The word griot has been understood and used as both a pejorative term, a put down in an African context, and one that works towards restoring a noble and glorious past, mostly outside Africa in the diaspora. Today, I would like to explore some of those contradictions. But first, an explanation of my title. In 1995, the Senegalese rap group Positive Black Soul released their second album, Salam. It was on the Mango record label, which was a subsidiary of Island Records, the label made famous, world famous by Bob Marley. Positive Black Soul thereby became the first African hip hop group or soloist to release an album on a major international label. One of the songs on that album is Return of Da Jelly, rapped in English. Here they opt to use the Mande term jelly rather than griot. Patricia Tang has written an excellent analysis of that song, summarizing the content as, quote, although he may be seen as a thing of the past, the jelly has returned to educate today's listener and to inspire positive action. And this is a quote from PBS member Dougie T from that song, because I'm the storyteller, the teacher, the preacher. Using the term jelly here is a curious choice. Neither member of the group, Didier Awadi or Amadou Bari, appear to have Mande roots, but they clearly were avoiding the term griot. So what's up with that?
As I prepared for today, it gradually dawned on me that very few rappers in Africa come from griot families. In Damon Sajnani's 2015 PhD dissertation on hip hop and politics in Senegal, he lists 17 of his key interviewees, including Kumbisora, noting, quote, "She's also one of the only rappers from a griot family. I think I found one more," end quote. I think I found one more, at least as far as recording is concerned, Maury Conde, based in Switzerland, more about him later. In 2003, Daraje, a next generation Senegalese rap group after PBS, Positive Black Soul, released their third album, Boomerang. The title track is summarized in the CD notes as, quote, "Been born in Africa, growing up in America, rap has just gone around to come back," end quote. If rap has distant origins in broad-based African culture dispersed via the transatlantic slave trade, and then returned in a big way, transformed for sure, then how can we think about the highly specialized skills and roles of griots? In the town of Niagasola, in the northeastern corner of Guinea near the Mali border, a very special xylophone called bala or balaphone is kept in a small earthen hut. There used to be a single padlock on the door, and the unobtrusive hut blends in as part of the compound of the extended Kuyate family. That bala, properly called Soso bala, is believed to have once belonged to a sorcerer blacksmith king who ruled over that land, Sumaoro or Sumanguru Kante. When that king was defeated by Sunjata Keita in an epic battle, that bala then passed into the hands of Sunjata's jelly, Bala Faseke Kuyate. A jelly is a hereditary professional oral historian and musical artisan. Bala Faseke Kuyate is the quintessential jelly, and it is the descendants of one of his sons, Misa, known as the Dokala Kuyates, who are the caretakers of that instrument. Sunjata established the empire of Mali in the early 13th century, and so the bala is about 8 centuries old. While all of its physical being, like leather cords, bamboo frame, small gourd resonators, and wooden slats, may have been replaced bit by bit over the years, it remains a spiritually endowed symbol, no matter the age of any of its parts. It represents one of the oldest instruments in Africa, save for the decontextualized artifacts from ancient Egypt, which are much older. I say decontextualized because the Soso bala is a living, breathing testament to Mande history and culture, and it is still being played. The history I have just recounted comes from oral tradition, except I've referred to historical time in centuries rather than generations. Written documentation of jellies and balas begin over a century after Sunjata's reign with the visit of Ibn Battuta to the seat of the Mali Empire, which he published in 1354 and 55. He wrote of the king's interpreter who played an instrument made of reeds with gourds underneath, striking the reeds, most probably wood, with sticks. This almost certainly would have been a bala, the very first description of one. The person playing it was named Duga. And here's what Ibn Battuta wrote in the mid-1300s. Quote, "A seat is set up for Duga, and he sits on it and plays the instrument, which is made of reeds with little gourds under it, and sings poetry in which he praises the Sultan and commemorates his expeditions and exploits. The Sultan orders him to be given a bounty, and a purse is brought in which there are 200 mitkals of gold dust, which is approximately just under 2 pounds. On the feast day, when Duga has finished his performance, the poets come. They're called Jula, of which the singular is jelly. They stand in front of the Sultan and recite their poems. I was told their poetry was a kind of exhortation in which they say to the Sultan, 'This Bambi on which you are sitting was sat upon by such and such a king, and of his good deeds were so and so you do good deeds which will be remembered after you.'" End quote. That's all from Ibn Battuta. This is the first time that the term jelly appears in print, and their job description as oral historians and praise poets remain valid to this day. Oral traditions from Niagasola, that town in Guinea, record several generations after Bala Faseke's son, Misa, having Doka as part of their name. Widespread traditions name Jankuma Doka or Nankomandwa as either another name for Bala Faseke Kuyate or his father, who was the jelly of Sunjata's father. Ibn Battuta's Duga must have been one of those descendants. In 1970, a member of the Niagasola Kuyate family earned his master's degree at the University of Algiers, where he wrote a thesis on oral traditions of his homeland. including the Soso Bala. That person, Namankumba Koyate, worked in the diplomatic corps of Guinea, often visiting New York to take part in the General Assemblies of the United Nations. His dream to establish a museum in Nyagasola was partially realized when UNESCO recognized the Soso Bala as a site of intangible cultural heritage of humanity in 2001. Another member of that family who grew up in Bamako moved to the US, settling in Boston. His name is Bala Kuyate. He has been teaching the Bala and the musical art of the jelly at the New England Conservatory of Music. In 2019, he became a National Heritage Fellow of the National Endowment for the Arts. He also tours internationally with the Silk Road Project, spearheaded by cellist Yo-Yo Ma. I'll now work us through a bit on the slideshow. These slides, first ones come from 1990. I spent 1 week in Nyagasola. That's the hut where the Soso Bala is kept. This is the town, what it looked like in 1990. That was my host, Jay Mori Kuyate, who I met in Bamako, and he invited me for a week. Keep your eye on him. We're going to see a video that was taken a decade later where he actually takes the Soso Bala out of the hut. And there's him and his brother in front of that hut. This is Jay Mori with his extended family. That's his mother to the right holding a what's called karanyan. It's a instrument that women jellies play. And that's Jay Mori with his mother and his brother. And what fascinates me is they're playing guitars in one of the most historically profound places in the Mande world. They're a few huts away from an 800-year-old balafon that is basically the source of Mande history, and the guitar is just thoroughly accepted as a jelly instrument. And that's Jay Mori, again, dressed up, I believe, going to the mosque, but this is what jellies look like. This is their full jelly regalia. This is him on the outskirts of Nyagasola. The French under Gallieni in the 1880s built a fort, and this is the remains of that fort. Gallieni actually took some photographs, and they were not published. And as part of my research in the 90s, I ended up in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, and for some reason, opened up his file, and I found a photo. This is from 1887. From Gallieni's expedition. It's one of the oldest photos of a musical instrument in Africa, and it's certainly the oldest one of a balafon. So that either is the Soso Bala or there's replicas. And so it's possible they just played a replica. And so there's a person playing it. There's two women dancing on this left-hand side. You can see their feet, but they're in movement, so it's blurry. And then on the upper left-hand corner, you can see two Frenchmen with pith helmets. And so it's unclear, what the staging was this for, but it's an amazing picture just in terms of the historical documentation of a balafon and of that family. This is Namankumba Kuyate, the person who received his master's degree and became a diplomat. He's teaching a balafon class at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. When I was there in the mid-90s, we were able to bring him there for a short while. And this is Namankumba Kuyate. We're going to watch some videos now, I think made by UNESCO. In 2001, UNESCO declared the Soso Bala as a site of intangible cultural heritage. And so I'm going to show you a few scenes. This is Namankumba Kuyate with his son.
Diplomate en Allemagne, Namankumba Koyate et son fils Dimori sont membres de la famille des patriarches. De retour à la source, ils viennent assumer leur position dans le lignage. Retrouver les vétérans, c'est rouvrir une vaste bibliothèque. Les paroles anciennes sont comme des graines sous l'arbre à palabre. Nyagasola abrite un trésor vieux de 8 siècles dans cette case sacrée. Le Soso Bala, le père de tous les balafons d'Afrique.
I'm going to cut some of these videos short in the interest of time. So there was a reunion that was about to happen, I believe, to celebrate the UNESCO declaring it a site of national heritage. And this door you just saw was the door that we saw in 1990. Now it has two padlocks on it. but still a fairly humble looking place for such an instrument. And so that's J. Mori Kuyate, the person that you saw 10 years earlier. And he was a young guy. The person in charge of the bala is usually the eldest in line. And so he'll be the one playing. But you can see that J. Mori had a certain degree of status in this. And they're about to go into the hut and pull out this instrument that's a symbol of the Mande, the very origins of the Mande Empire.
Il y a 8 siècles, un génie de la musique se révéla au roi des Soso, Soumaoro Kante, en lui faisant don d'un mystérieux instrument. Le roi boiteux Sundiata Keïta, fondateur de l'Empire du Mali, attaqua le roi des Soso. Victorieux à la bataille de Kirina en 1235, il s'empara du balafon légendaire.
And here he's recounting the story I just did of Sundiata defeated the king of the Soso, Sumangoro Kante, and Sumangoro Kante was the owner of this magical balaphone, and it passed to Sundiata and his jelly, Balafaseku Kuyate, and that Kuyate lineage has guarded that balaphone ever since. So he's carrying out an instrument that is believed to be 8 centuries old. It's traditionally dated to 1235 when that actual event happened, but that's just a guess based on an Arabic writing from a century later. They just talked about generations, but somewhere in the early 13th century. And again, this instrument, it's possible, Jay Mori had told me that, of course, in the maintenance of the balaphone, of the bala, the leather will need to be replaced. Maybe the wood will need to be replaced. So it's possible there's not a single part of it that would be 800 years old. But from their perspective, doesn't make a difference. It's the symbol that's important.
Le trophée de guerre fut confié au griot du roi mandingue, Bala Fasségué Koyaté. Depuis lors, la lignée ininterrompue de la famille des griots Koyaté conserve le mythique Soso Bala.
Moi, je ne peux pas vous dire ce que mes aïeux n'ont pas dit avant moi. La sagesse étant bien que l'on ne conserve pas pour soi seul. Les anciens l'ont confié à ceux qui peuvent en profiter. Le vent l'emportera de par le monde. À vous, arrivés de Conakry, à vous tous venus de loin, écoutez ce soir la parole du Soso Bala.
La danse de la nuit du Soso Bala est un moment privilégié pour communiquer avec les esprits. L'art de la tradition orale, le djeli, est un exercice de mémoire et d'oreille qui transmet fidèlement depuis des siècles l'histoire des peuples de l'Afrique de l'Ouest en musique.
I mentioned that one of the people that was born in Nyagasola moved to Bamako and then is in Boston is Bala Kuyate. This is a video that he made upon receiving the National Endowment for the Arts National Heritage Fellow in 2019.
My name is Bala Kuyate from Medford, Massachusetts, and I'm an NEA National Heritage Fellow. Proud. So I was born in a town called Nyagasola, which is in the border between Mali and Guinea. And I grew up in the capital. I grew up in Bamako. The family I was born into, the Kuyate family, and we're the first Jolly, the peacemaker, and we're the keeper of everybody's history.
That's that same hut. We believe that's Bala Kuyate's father, and that's the same J. Mori Kuyate that we had seen over the course of a decade or two.
So the French people call us a griot. The first griot was a Bala Faseke, Kuyate, and I'm a directly descendant from Bala Faseke. The Balafon been in my family for 800 years, and my father was a guardian of that first Balafon, which has been passing down generation to generation.
I'm not going to show this film, but I want to give a shout out to my colleague Lucy Duran, who teaches at SOAS in the University of London. She's done a lot of groundwork before me, and she's done an extraordinary series of films called Growing into Music. And she did one about with Malians and Guineans, looked at children, how they learned their instruments. And so she went to Nyagasola. And so there were some children that were living in Bamako, and she tracked them there, and then actually went back with them to Nyagasola and asked the children, what's the difference between learning in Bamako and learning in Nyagasola? The whole series actually covers Venezuela and Cuba and other parts of the world. Any of the references, by the way, you can feel free to email me and I can give you full references. Now we're going to change gears. When Europeans began encroaching in Western Africa, some noted the significant presence of praise singers and musicians attached to local leaders. Probably the first account in a European language to name these artisans was done in Portuguese by Fernandes in 1506 to 1510. He called them Gaul, probably a reference to a fulbe gaulo, the counterpart of the maninka jelly. Writing in English in 1623, Richard Jobson referred to these artisans as juddy, probably a deformation of the Mande jelly. In 1637 came the first appearance of the term griot. Actually, I'll get back to that shortly. That's 1637. In 1685, de la Courbe used a variety of similar spellings, including its modern form, G-R-I-O-T. In 1740, Moore, writing in English, used the term jelly, K, and jelly musa for male and female jelly. And by 1825, the term griot had appeared in English writing from Lang and from Gray and Dochart. This is from my book, Monday Music, by the way. From these and many other examples, and from searching through old French dictionaries, it is clear that French writers thought that griot was an indigenous African term. There was no such word in French before its usage described here, probably in 1637, but it is not an African term either. It is almost certainly a French orthographic interpretation of one or another term they would have heard in Western Africa, the closest of which is the Moorish term igio. But there was also the fulbe gaulo, the Wolof gewel, and the Mande jelly. The term griot was used indiscriminately to cover any and all of these praise singers and verbal and musical artisans in Western Africa. As this terrain would eventually become French colonies and Francophone nations, including Senegal, Mali, and Guinea, the term griot achieved a certain kind of currency and status. That status is full of conflicting perceptions. And this is a map I drew up of the various peoples that have what are now called griots, but they're local terminology for them. I'm going to zip through a brief detour of my theory on where these terms came from. Sometime before Ibn Battuta's visit to Mali, perhaps the Arabic term kawal, meaning word, speak, or sound, may have been attached to the musicians and orators attending to the nobility of ancient Mali, or perhaps even before in ancient Ghana. As new states rose and fell, the institution of the court musician spread, and the term kawal may have been assimilated into local languages. The names presently used in West Africa could all represent vestiges: Wolof gewel, Fulbe gaulo, Moorish igiu, Mende jelly, or Soninke jare. Ironically, the use of the term griot by the French, without regard to important local cultural distinctions, had the effect of unifying the institution under a single term. And perhaps after a millennium of multiple local linguistic forms, which in turn may have stemmed from a single form. The Arabic root kawal concerns speech. Some of the definitions of kawal given in dictionaries of medieval Arabic look like job descriptions of griots. Here are some of those definitions. He spoke in verse, poeticized, good in speech, loquacious, copious in speech, eloquent, the man who talks much, man of the spoken word, singer, traveling poet, improviser, to recite verse that one has composed oneself. That's all definitions of kawal. Derivatives of the root kawal are frequently used in the Quran. Kawal, therefore, could have encompassed verbopoetic activities that Arabic-speaking visitors to ancient Ghana or Mali may have seen at court ceremonies that did not fit into their interpretation, concept of interpreter. In Pakistan and North India, qawwali is a major musical genre associated with Sufism that is performed by professional musicians known as qawwals. I'm not the first person to propose this. In 1947, Birago Diop wrote, and this is a quote from him, griot, term from colonial French African vocabulary, equals jolly in the Sudan, gewel in Senegal, from the Arab qawwal, a narrator of the Sufi sect. And these are just some hypothetical sound changes on how they came about. The term griot, I've heard it in the Gambia, and I've heard it pronounced griot in the Gambia, meaning that the term griot is not used in Wolof, Mandinka, or Fulbe, and that is a foreign written rather than spoken word that is then given an Anglophone pronunciation. The term griot is occasionally used further afield in Africa, where gaulos, gewels, and jollies, that is to say griots, are not part of the culture. In Nigeria, for example, in a recent film called The Griot, the word storyteller is used exclusively to refer to the title character. I did not hear the word griot once in the film. The dialogue is almost all in English. A YouTube reviewer, Esther Elohor, who I believe is from Nigeria, confessed some difficulty with pronouncing the film's title. And so let's hear, this is a YouTube reviewer of a film.
The griot, it took me a long time to get the pronunciation of this word. I used to call it the griot. The griot, is, so the storyline is pretty basic. Two friends.
I want to play that one more time. And then she says, the griot, the griot. It took me a long time to get the pronunciation of this word. I used to call it the griot, which indicates that it's a foreign term. So here she is again.
The griot, it took me a long time to get the pronunciation of this word. I used to call it the griot. The griot, is, so the storyline is pretty basic. Two friends.
There's an especially compelling reason to be wary of the term griot. Many of the accounts of European travelers from Fernandez in the 16th century through the 20th century present a particularly dim and prejudicial view of griots. Let's explore some of them. This is from Valentin Fernandez in 1506. In this country and in Mandinga, there are Judeus, and they're called gaul. These gaul are often buffoons and play the viol and cavacos, which is a guitar-like instrument, and are singers. They hide behind the homes of village noblemen and sing their praises until dawn, until they're given a ration of millet, and then they leave. And there's commentary that accompanies this that is done in the present day, that the connection that Fernandez makes with the word Judaeus may be because in the 15th century, Jews and griots were despised and were kept apart from the society. So it's unclear what that word Judaeus refers to. Richard Jobson in 1623, their most principal instrument called ballards, which is balafon, made to stand a foot above the ground, hollow under, hath upon the top some 17 wooden keys standing like an organ. The making of this instrument being one of the most ingenious things among them, yet so basely do they esteem of the player. I want to spend some time with Alexis de Saint-Lô that we're looking at here. This is the first written documentation of the word griot. And so this is 1637 French, so forgive my pronunciation here. Les griots qui font danser sont en ignominie parmi les communs. And quand les François veulent fâcher quelques nègres, ils l'appellent griot, or ces griots sont extrêmement importuns, car n'ayant pas accoutumé de voir quelqu'un, ils l'accostent et en lui chantant tous les louanges dont ils se peuvent adresser, ne le quittent jamais qu'il n'aille reçu quelque chose. Et voyant que l'on ne leur veut rien donner, ils crient si longtemps auprès des personnes que la fin on est contraint de leur donner. And the translation there is, the griots who play for dancers are looked down upon by the community. And when a French want to anger an African, they call them a griot. These griots are a great nuisance because on seeing someone after some absence, they accost them and sing all the praises they can come up with and do not leave them alone until they have been given something. Seeing that the person does not want to give them anything, they scream and shout until at last one is forced to give them something. I want to go back to this heading here. On the bottom right, the margin, joueur d'instrument appelé griot, tient en ignominie par cette nation. So musicians or players of instrument called griots are held in disgrace by this nation. This was the viewpoint of Europeans. That was their understanding of what griots did. I have many other commentaries that just bring home this point. So I'm going to skip through a bunch, and I'm going to John Barbeau in 1746. The name griot in their tongue properly signifies a buffoon, and they are a sort of sycophant. In 1882, so this is fairly late in terms of traveler's account. This is George Washington Williams' History of the Negro Race in America from 1619 to 1880. The griot, as we have already mentioned, sings for money. He is a most accomplished parasite and flatterer. Negative connotations of the term griot, reflecting local cynical views of the viability of the profession in modern times, has persisted. And now I'm quoting from a journalist who's writing in 1959 in the African magazine Bingo. What to do with them, asked the journalist. Do the griots themselves still want to remain griots according to the point of view of our century? That is to say, beggars, parasites, as one is apt to call them at the present time. That was 1959. End quote. In a print scuffle in Senegal in 1989, editorial writers for the government newspaper, Le Soleil, defended themselves against charges from an opposition newspaper that they were not journalists, but rather media tools of the government. They were accused of being flunkies, mercenaries, and griots. This is partly why this term is so troubling. And now the return of the griot. So I want to talk about institutions outside of Africa that have valorized that term. This is a publication of, this is a Haitian scientific and literary review, Les Griots, that may have been among the first to valorize the term in the face of such blistering reports from European writers. This was published from 1938 to 1940. These are photos of the Compagnie d'Art Dramatique des Griots, which is known as Les Griots. They were the first Parisian theater company comprised exclusively of Black actors, co-founded by the filmmaker Sarah Maldoror. This is the Southern Conference on African-American Studies, founded in 1981. Their journal is called the Griot Journal of African-American Studies. And they define griot as a member of a hereditary caste among the peoples of Western Africa, whose function is to keep up an oral history of the tribe or village and entertain with stories, poems, songs, dances. Griot Institute for the Study of Black Lives and Culture at Bucknell University. And they have a book series, The Griot Project. There's a media conglomerate called The Griot that has a television station. They define griot as storyteller, journalist, historian, praise singer, poet, curator. And now I'm going to run through a slew of album covers very quickly and finish up. The griot began to be used on recordings, either as names of albums or names of pieces. This is Andrew Hill, a jazz pianist in 1964. He had a piece called The Griots. It was misspelled here. And on, it was corrected, but an alternate take was not. And finally, a Japanese reissue got it right. So in 1964, the term, and so the key date here is 1976 with the publication of Roots that revalorized the term griot. And so before 1964, the question is, how did this term circulate? So here's perhaps the first time in the jazz world where the term was used. These are ethnographic recordings from 1965. This is the subtitle here is Two Authentic Griot, African Griots. And that's Mamadou Seck and Boubacar Jabati. This is the late 60s. This is traditional music of Moorish griots, like late 60s. In the mid 70s, the griots was a collection of recordings of various ethnic groups in the Senegambia. Gambian griot kora duets. I'm going to conclude with a poem written by Camille Yarborough. This came out in 1975, and she previously had a show drawn. So this is the, I want to draw your attention to the bottom paragraph. The album came out in 75 with this first album drawn from her concert presentation, Tales and Tunes of an African-American Griot. And so she had a one-woman show in 1971 where she had embraced that term. And I'll finish up with that poem. Anthony Braxton and Max Roach in 1978 had a piece called Dance Griot. There was a Mandingo Griot Society. That's Fote Musa Suso, who's from the Gambia, relocated to Chicago. Toure Kunda, known as Les Frères Griot. I don't know, Samba, maybe you can help if they are actually from Jelly families or not. Okay. Wango Les Griots de la Diaspora. These are American groups, African-American groups, Griot Galaxy. This is the 1980s that we're looking at, jazz-based artists. And back to in the 80s, the Night of Griots, the Griots. This is an interesting one. Wynton Marsalis in the early 90s, he had a album called City Movement. If you look on the right, it's subtitled Griot New York. This is a rap group, Inner City Griots, in the early 90s, based in Los Angeles. There was a collection of international hip hop called Griots. Billy Taylor, the pianist, had an album called Urban Griot. You can see he has a kora in the front, but it's a regular jazz trio. And this is one of the few rappers I could find who might have griot hereditary claim to the name. I believe he's Swiss. His name is Mori Kande, probably of Guinean origin. Gay Adeg Balola, she received that name from a Yoruba priest, but she refers to herself as the griot. This is a recent album. And griots, this is coming out of the jazz world again. And the last one I want to show, Terrace Martin was involved to a large extent responsible for Kendrick Lamar's album, To Pimp a Butterfly. Terrace Martin, along with Kamasi Washington and Robert Glasper. And so Terrace Martin's most, this is 2021, I think. On the album, he has a piece called, I guess it's hard to see here. That says Griots of Crenshaw. Griots of the Crenshaw district. And this is where it started with Positive Black Soul, where they had this song called Return of Dajeli. And so I want to go back to Camille Yarborough. She was interviewed several years ago. The interview was undated and this poem was undated, but she said, do you want to know what a griot is? Here's a poem I wrote. So I want to read that just to conclude. And Camille Yarborough, born and raised in Chicago. And as I said, she had a one-woman show in 1971 and an album in 1975. If there is animosity in our family or community, I say or sing loving songs of satire or ridicule as a purge to ease family pain and sorrow. It is my place, my honor to speak, compose, or borrow. A blues lament, even a wailing dirge. In addition to the historical, personal, and topical, I say words and sing songs of the religious, the cosmic, the philosophical, to rhythms and melodies we all know. And if a situation calls for a story or a song of praise and glory, with your permission, I will recall the past and tell and sing your heroic family story. I am Nana Camille Yarbrough. I am a storyteller, I am a griot, I am a poet. That is what I do. Thank you very much for your patience. So there's a little time for
Thank you very much, Professor Cherry, for taking us through years of history and also through a very broad geography that is associated with the term griot. We just see how it is historically significant. I mean, and also the fact that it sort of is this most mythical or most fascinating term when it comes to any study of African culture. Griot is a term that is a testimony of colonization in Africa. At the same time, it is used to signify African culture. It's just an interesting term and concept. So I think we'll open it now for maybe a couple of questions. I see Maram's hand here. We just hand you the mic. Okay?
Thank you. I'm a griot, and I cannot help but be emotional about the negative connotations, because that's not my reality growing up in a family of griots. And I see a shift between how Ibn Battuta describes griots and how Ferdinand actually, through Dodor de Sicil's work, described the griots, and how later it has become a derogatory term, especially when one uses the foreign term griot. I'm not sure I'm convinced by the fact that some of the terms, the local terms, came from Arabic, because when it comes to Wolof, gewel means make a circle around someone. So I'm not convinced by that. But I really appreciate the history of the Bala, and later how the whole community continues to celebrate this heritage and not look down on it. My question, though, is the fact that among rap artists and then contemporary musicians in West Africa, the term is now elevated, so to say, or reclaimed to mean somebody who is a storyteller. But at the same time, there is a contradiction between being a griot as a singer, or just saying that I'm a griot without being of a griot descendants, and the reality of a griot. For example, myself, even though I am a professor, when I go to Senegal during family ceremonies, I can get up and be the mistress of ceremony. And this is my call to do so per the caste system. But at the same time, the legacies of the derogatory term, and then literally the changing of the function of the griot within African society continues to affect people when people don't want to marry somebody who's from a griot family. I'm wondering how we can reconcile those two. The reclaiming of the griot, as somebody can get up and say, I'm a griot because I'm a storyteller, which is really confining the role of the griot into just music and storytelling, when it's much larger, and the reality of people who are of the griot caste who are actually belittled when it comes to relationships. I don't know if this is too long of a question.
Thank you so much. Could you say your name, please? Okay, and we've met before. Okay. I didn't realize that you were from a Gabal family. I see. I didn't realize that. Well, I mean, that's the classic question, and that's why I have a question mark in the title. I don't know how to reconcile that. And I mean, the most, pretty much all of the people that I spent time with in Africa were jellies. And so that was the point of view that I got. And it was only when I, in my daily occurrences, might have either in a government institution or something, when I met non-jellies, that I would occasionally get a hint of looking down their nose, like, both of fear and respect. I mean, I should say there was a time when I had a visa problem. I went to the police station and I mentioned the word Siddiqui Jabate in Mali, and immediately they took care of me. So, I mean, but I mean, this is the classic thing throughout history that, but one other thing that I hadn't mentioned, that it could have been the ravages of European pre-colonial, before the colonial era, that has brought the art of the griot into a more mercenary status. But I mean, there's a lot of jellies. I did not play one clip where they say the art of the jelly is not what it used to be. I mean, this isn't what being a jelly is. It's not about money. It's about being true to the tradition. So there's certainly people like that. But yeah, I mean, you've captured the ultimate question. How do you reconcile that? And I don't have an answer for that.
Thank you very much. I think it's a research question. Follow up.
Hi, thank you so much, Dave Pierre, who we've met before, but a long time ago. And thank you for the talk, very interesting. And I just wanted to not talk about sort of the opinions and feelings about griots today, which I think are really complex in ways that you've talked about, but these sort of distant historical records that we have. And I'm not, first of all, I wanted a little clarification, but it seemed, preface this by saying that it seems to me not very odd that in cultures, many cultures, that people are both despised and respected, you know, treated as that they have power, and yet at the same time they're taboo, they're liminal to society. It seems like that's pretty common in many different places. And I was wondering, are you suggesting that the negative attributes attributed to griots by the people who observed them in like the 17th or 18th century were European fictions, and that the attitude must have been different at that time? Because it seems reasonable that maybe they were despised even as they were respected.
I think it's a combination of the two, that what the Europeans saw them as simply as praising for money. And there's stratified societies there. And so people who are called nobles, and they're often the object of those praise. And sometimes it's to their benefit. But there's many travelers' accounts that say, if the noble is not forthcoming in rewarding the griot can give that person a bad name. And so they're greatly feared because of that. So the question is, I don't think that's a European invention. I would think, I don't know, Mariam, if you would agree that there are, what's the word in, so it's Horon is in the Amande, the nobles in Wolof society, Ger. There are those that who maybe work 9-to-5 jobs or in their civil service that might resent the idea of being solicited.
Like one quick, just one last comment. Let's say, Louis, I think I'll give you the floor later in the panel.
Well, thank you very much. This was very insightful, I think, survey of the history of griot. I mean, it is quite fascinating. I like the approach. But what I learned from it is not the factual truth in the information provided. It just reminds me the need that exists among us as scholars to go deeper beyond the textbooks when we deal with societies that are dominated by oralities. both Arab historian travelers from Ibn Battuta to Ibn Khaldun, they were wrong in their observation of African societies. And I'm very delighted to know that there are more scholarship now with new generation of scholars looking into this text analytically. So when you talk about Ibn Battuta, he's used qawwal, he's just translating, because in Arabic, the root word for to say is qawala. So the one who says something repeatedly, then you have to plug it in that form, fa'al, so it becomes qawwal. So yeah, it just doesn't mean anything to someone who is familiar with Arabic text. If you come back to looking at that selectively as at these reflections of how griot is negatively understood, this is not only in griot, in anything else in Africa, authenticity, you will see how the term evolved and used negatively. Anything in African society, you can see it, especially regardless to colonial legacy, but that exists. But I think as scholars, you can actually look at how among maybe the Fulbe, the Wolof, or the Mandinka, they use griot, what it means. For Wolof example, you have griot versus Gael. You know, you have Gewel and Gael. So it's just more of functions that people have. But one thing is known among Wolof, there is a proverb that who does not respect his Gewel will not respect anyone else. So what happens is in the transition from pre-colonial to colonial, and the French, they have what we call direct administration. They centralize, they destroy local traditional society. In that form, in that processes, this was lost. We no longer know who is the real Gewel and who is the real Gael. As many people, in order to earn the money, they use this expression to call themselves Gewel. But from a family base, we know that this person is not Gewel. And you have this exchange between Senghor and Wad, who is, when Senghor would say, oh, that is my Gewel, we know that Senghor was just joking. That was never his Gewel. So what I just want to say is to briefly put it back, we need to go beyond the text to really look at ethnographic studies in order to understand this. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one thing about my theory of Kawal. I floated it by the Journal of African History, and they weren't buying it 20 years ago. But I haven't seen anything else that comes close. Each ethnic group has their own explanation. So jelly, for example, I think means blood or somehow. And so if each ethnic group has their own individual explanation, but they're all somehow connected to ancient Mali and ancient Ghana, it just somehow got me thinking that. And given the prestige of Islam, that maybe there is some kind of root, but I'm not hanging my hat on that one.
Good. Just a quick addition here in connection to what Professor Lowe was saying. I think the background information that Professor Chari was providing initially about the etymology of the term griot is very relevant. Even in the literature, the origin of the term griot, G-R-I-O-T, is colonial. It's not African. As Madam was stating, the Wolof, they have their name for a griot. That's Gewel. For the Fula, they have Gaulo. For the Mande, they have Jali, etc., etc. So I think it's the confusion. What seems to be confusing is the determination of whether griot is African or not. So I think it is etymologically not African, even though the content that it's referring to is African. And towards the end of your talk, you gave a very powerful statement of how over time griot has shifted. I mean, the term, it just became sort of a term that can be reappropriated, reinvented, reconstructed, manipulated to fit a particular political standpoint of the performer. And I think that's why someone like Usman Semben, who is not a griot by birth, can say, I am a griot, because he's making films and speaking for the nation, which was the initial pre-colonial function of the griot. So I think that sort of ties back to how in the global Black Atlantic, you see those forms of reappropriation of the term. Thank you again, Professor Chari, for that wonderful and great talk. We will now move to our second panel. I'll hand the mic to the new Belentigi, Louis, Professor.
Yeah, he's there.
Thank you. So we have Oladela first, right?
Yeah, all that.
No, it's gonna be such-
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So, December, will we get, Oladela?
Yeah, get him set up. Huh? Yes, they are going to, couple of them are going to use the bathroom. They come back. And so I'll just make sure what our daily is. I can get him to get my attention. Yes. Panel two.
Hello.
Robert, is it this one? Oh, yeah. Okay. That's the only one, right? Yeah. Good, good. Your friend is not responding yet. Let's see.
Hello.
No? Ah, there we go. All right. Hello, Olodele. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you today? It's
All
good to
right,
see you.
thank you. I'm all right, thank you. Good. So while we're just waiting for our panelists. Good.
So let's.
Okay. Okay. Panelists, come and join us up at the front. Good. Problem with this there. It looks like it's got a very flat battery. So, good. So hello, everybody. Welcome, panelists. Our first panelist is I'm Louise Makepeace, and I am an ethnomusicologist at University. Okay. How's that? All right. And so I first just want to say thank you to Professor Kamara for having me as a South Africanist crashing this West African party. And thank you to Eric. It's always lovely to hear an ethnomusicologist, and Eric is particularly good at this, at giving a sort of long and meticulous history to contemporary practices. I'm not going to give long introductions to our distinguished panelists. Their bios are online, and I'd rather use the time to hear what you have to say. Each panelist will have 15 minutes, starting with Oladele, and then we'll hopefully have just 15 minutes or so for discussion at the end. So I'm going to be draconian. How does that sound? Good. So our first paper is by Dr. Oladele Ayorinde, who is in the Department of Folklore and Ethnomusicology at Indiana University in Bloomington. And his paper is titled, "What a Man Can Do, a Woman Can Do Better." I like that title. Fuji and Women's Musicking on the Streets of Lagos. So welcome, Oladele. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Can I quickly share my slide? Okay. Okay, can you share the slide?
Nice to see you. I wish you were here in person.
Yeah, it's nice to see you too. I also want to come, but well, everything's fine. Good to see everyone. Can I share now? No, this is what I'm sharing. Okay.
Try now, Oladele. Try to share.
Okay. Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah, thanks so much, everyone. Thanks for coming. So I'm going to make it very, very brief as instructed by our chair today. But before that, I'd like to give a kind of context to this presentation. First of all, this is a chapter in my ongoing monograph on Fuji music in Lagos. But what's important about the what a man can do, a woman can do better, is the reality, or what we can say, ways in which African music, popular culture has been constructed around the male figure, particularly in African music studies or popular culture, even street life. So, however, I started my work exploring Fuji. Usually the male figure was the main thing, but along the side, I started exploring, but I was more concerned about the role of where are the women in this industry. And that led me to a new format, which I call mapping the political economy approach and cultural policy also. So in the process of mapping, it was glaring to me that women were actually the bedrock of the Fuji, not only Fuji music industry, but also the Nigerian music industry. And this is what I want to share today. But before that, I want to, what really led to this particular aphorism is that I started working with musician record labels in Lagos and working from one place to the other. I have been to shows, I've produced Fuji albums in studio contests, performance contests. But from my mapping, I also noticed that there are women band leaders, there are women concert managers, not in the sense of European sense, but in the local sense, which I will share right now. So one day I went to one of them, to who I call Iya Bola's mother. So I was discussing the kind of violence that I have been encountering going to male organized Fuji shows on a weekly basis, because normally Fuji is very violent to a larger extent. But she told me, you see, what a man can do, a woman can do better. And she explained and she continued, you see, those shows you've been going to is because they are men. They don't really understand this business. We, the women, are the one who understand how to manage peace. Even when Fuji is very aggressive, we women, we make it very, very light and make it very, very accommodating to everyone. And that struck me. And that was the basis for this particular chapter. So to start with, like I said, is a word of women in this particular presentation. And I want to start with a performance of what Fuji sound like. A Fuji women leader, what they do through this particular example. Just wanted to a quick listening to what Fuji sounds like and what it can point to us in relation to today's presentation. So advancing from this particular piece, a performance which has a story of its own, but I just want to use this particular performance to show another part, another side of popular performances that are led by women. I'm sure we all know about Christopher Waterman's Juju. Despite the interesting case that Waterman presented, there is no single female performer captured. There are women like this.
Can I interrupt you, Oladele?
Okay.
Sorry, we've lost some of your volume.
Oh.
Of your voice.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, so I'm playing this. Okay, I'm playing this recording for us to see another part of the narrative of music industry, because I'm sure we know about Christopher Waterman's Juju. Despite interesting cases, there's no single female voice in that book, although that's a long book now, but it's also a kind of testimony to the reality of how popular music or street culture or African popular culture has been written around the story of a male figure. So in this presentation, I focused specifically on the role of women, which is just to present a kind of case, one of the many cases that I am exploring in my own book right now. So to start with, what we just heard is the sound of Fuji from the female perspective. So Fuji is a Nigerian urban popular music genre that mixes Yoruba poetic idioms, drumming, Islamic cantillations, and aesthetic resources from Juju, highlife, and Euro American pop music genres. The genre is defined by specific norms, aesthetic reference, and rhythmic nuances. Fuji has been a crucial component of the or one of the topos of everyday life in post-colonial Nigeria. In themes from Fuji lyrics, albums, and the star image of its musician have provided cosmopolitan imageries which enable their local audiences and public to negotiate distinct modernity that reflected their social and economic conditions, what I have called a modernity from below. So the woman that this particular work is centered is called Iyavola, but I'll get to that later. Then the question is, what might a focus on female social agents, band leaders, and their enterprise mean for our understanding of street life and popular culture in Lagos? So I explore this question through the case of Fuji Jump performance, which I present below. But before that, what is street culture? What is the concept? So I'm drawing from actually Mbembe and Saranota's public work now, popular work now, which is called the Johannesburg, the Elusive Metropolis, which it's been a while now, I think published in 2008 also. So they argue that there is no single story of cities. This is also true for street in Africa. Throughout Africa, the street is an important site of cultural production, creativity, site of inclusion, exclusion, and place of self-making. It is not a homogeneous space, but a place where all extremes converge. It is a place where rumors, gossip, and news, albeit good or bad, are produced and circulated. So I am going to read a bit now from this section. So like any African cities, nightclubs constitute a component of Lagos economy. Street corners, bus stops, hotels, and nightclubs are essential for nightlife and its economy in Lagos. Why differentiation runs deep in the day economy? Fuji facilitates a night experience where class and economic boundaries are blurred. Fuji becomes the currency of the currency and the terms of recognition, to use a word from Apadorai. The capacity and ability for both rich and the poor to experience, exercise voices, and create spaces for collective social life. In this democratic nocturnal economy, Fuji bands perform what we call jump. Jump are weekly shows at hotels, beer parlors, and street corners. Jumps are organized musical events that feature dancing, drinking, and other displays associated with city life. I have divided the Fuji Jump into two categories. The first is the first tier jump, indoor performance, and the second is the second tier jump, outdoor performance. I am going to focus on the outdoor performance here. Outdoor or street jumps refer to Fuji jumps in beer parlors, at bus stops or street corners, and in parking lots. The outdoor jump are open air Fuji performance as they take place in adopted spaces in front of a beer parlor, restaurant, street corners, motor park, bus stop, or across suburbs in Lagos. There is no particular financial arrangement between the artist and the host. The host provides money for renting sound equipment, and also offer drinks or food for their friends and supporters at the jumps. Outdoor jumps are primarily all-night performances that start around 11 p.m. and end around 5 a.m. the following day. So I'm going to give an example of what an out jumps looks like through a very short ethnographic presence. So it was around 9 p.m. Hello, 1, 2, 3, hello, 1, 2, 3. Testing microphone. The sound engineer was testing the microphone while adjusting the volumes on the mixing console. This is a Fuji jump on Friday at around 9 p.m., 22 November 2019, at the Ojodu Beggar bus stop in western part of Lagos. A woman in her 40s, known as Mama Bola, that is Bola's mother, who is the host, is popular for hosting weekly jumps on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays at this same venue. Mama Bola operates a beer parlor at the bus stop, where troublemakers who work as Agbero, the bus and park attendants, gather daily for entertainment. Her weekly jumps also attract young girls and boys in the neighborhood whose well-being and livelihood are tied to sex work, drug use, and bag snatching at night and early in the morning. Young Okada riders, that is public motorcycle taxis, bus conductors, and the roadside butchers, meat sellers, and pepper sellers treat Mama Bola's weekly jumps as a unique space for socializing. Mama Bola has a network of Fuji artists, both male and female, who perform at our weekly jump. But she has more references and for ladies, women to perform, because that's what she, according to what she represents. The sound engineer, Shesi, had finished setting up the sound equipment. And some minutes after my arrival at the venue, the 4-piece refurbished loudspeakers were arranged in twos and placed on a wooden table facing the main road. The 2 other smaller monitors were placed on the floor facing the stage. The sound engineer was positioned at the back of the stage with the soundboard or mixing console. On the floor, beside the soundboard, was the central power socket, which supplied electricity through a long wired cable attached to the generator, where the power is supplied. Next to the stage where Mama Bola's arranged chairs for our customers. The table arrangement resembled that of the Yoruba street party, with 5 or 10 chairs per table. At the end of the table arrangement were Mama Bola's big bowls of already chilled drinks for the night. In each of the 4 bowls were bottles of beer, local drink, Coke, Fanta, Pepsi, and sachets of various types of foreign dry gin, as well as paraga or ogogoro, which is locally brewed spirits. Next to these bowls were 4 small plastic containers containing assorted cigarettes, boxes, and rolls of locally prepared marijuana for the night. When I arrived, a few customers and regular attendees, male and female, of Mama Bola's weekly jump were already seated, and the faji, that is entertainment, had commenced. A few moments after my arrival, young girls and boys between the age of 7 and 25 started walking into the venue in groups of 2 and 3. Most of them wore clothes, caps, and shoes similar to those in the American music videos they had seen at roadside music stores in the neighborhood and on posters of American music celebrities such as Beyonce, 50 Cent, LL Cool J, Snoop Dogg, and Tupac Shakur, as well as Nicki Minaj, which they most likely had at home or as wallpaper on their mobile phones. These were boys and girls who in the daytime hawked goods on the street, at bus stops, and at motor parks, either for their parents or for themselves. However, at night, they attend Fuji jumps, asserting their sociality and taste for nightlife. After an hour of waiting for the jump to start, I saw that young men and women had converged at the same venue. Drinking and smoking were already in full swing, with people begging each other to light their cigarettes and their weeds. Around 11 p.m., the artist of the day, arrived. The lady whom I called Sade is very popular in the neighborhood as a Fuji musician. Mama Bola had told me earlier to be careful with my belongings because it's night show. As Sade began singing, I cautiously kept my camera and phone close and only took note with my pen and diary. At 1 a.m., the jump was in full swing, giving rise to activities like dancing, spraying, and erotic dancing between men and women. Young girls and boys publicly displayed their use of hard drugs. Some youth mixed 2 or 3 types of alcoholic drinks with weed, attempting to elicit different sensations, while others combined carbonated drinks like Coca-Cola or Pepsi with codeine to obtain distinct feeling. Most young boys and girls still regard the outdoor Fuji jump as a safe haven in which they could indulge in drug consumption. By 5 a.m., the jumps and conviviality was over, and every attendee had gone. Mama Bola had packed up. Sade and her band members were gone, and Shesi, the sound engineer, and his boys had almost finished packing their sound equipment. All-night Fuji outdoor jumps are unknown to a large percentage of people in the community and Lagos. These jumps, which have certain anti-established characters, are one of the best nightlife secrets of postcolonial Africa cities such as Lagos. The parents or family members of many of the girls and boys who frequent night jumps are unaware of the night character of their children Outdoor Fuji jumps are spaces of conviviality that are at odds with normative, social, and economic character and standard. An outdoor jump could be seen as musicking event where hooliganism, conspicuous use of drugs, sexual art, and violence are openly displayed. They provide an alternative space for leisure and expression for young people who operate at fringes of mainstream social and economic spaces in Lagos. It is an official space or underground spaces that is not often captured in social and economic indicators of cities and economic hub like Lagos.
Oladele,
Yes?
sorry to interrupt. You've got 4 minutes max.
Yes, I'm always running up. Yeah, thank you. So the street jump provide people with unofficial space of belonging and socialization, enabling display of global images, signs, and symbols of good life, fashion, and villain. The essence of these unofficial spaces deeply resonate with what a man can do, a woman can do better, because other spaces, despite the night character, still elicit forms of violence. But Mama Bola's concert or jump organization, as according to people, has always been peaceful, despite its violent nature. In conclusion, the Fuji jump does not only offer a sense of belonging and a thriving cultural scene, but it also demonstrates how economically disempowered people negotiate power and sociability in Lagos. Fuji jump performance contests could be seen as a signpost of everyday life and how common people create and manage alternative spaces of leisure and good living. As the case above shows, Fuji jump are also economic hubs that are mostly championed by women who are not always visible in the mainstream Nigerian music industry. As Sora Nuttall and Achille Mbembe argued, there is no single stories of cities. The social life of Fuji music performance on the streets articulates the politics of space in a cosmopolitan city such as Lagos, as people write and celebrate their own stories through the medium and space enabled by Fuji. Central to this story is the contribution of women to the development of popular and street culture as they create alternative space of conviviality for those who are economically marginalized in the mainstream entertainment. In its logic as a public culture, practice, and ideology, Fuji street music exemplifies ways in which music animates human relations and transactions of value across contemporary African cities, and the role of women creating spaces of belonging and alternative spaces of conviviality. The women-led live Fuji music economy in Lagos, like that of Mama, challenges the discourse of gender and male dominance in music and provide a new perspective on placemaking and street culture in West Africa that valued or spotlight the role of women in city making. Mama Bola challenges the discourse of gender and male dominance in African music industry and its scholarship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oladele Ayorinde. That was wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. We'll hold our questions till the end, and so that we have a conversation amongst us. So next I'd like to welcome Professor Robert Trowers, who is a professional jazz musician and an educator at North Carolina Central University.
Good morning. Here we are. My presentation is building bridges through jazz or jazz equivalent musical practices. And I presented hypothetically as a possible way of helping to build peace through arts, because it very much did that in this country where there was, in fact, one of the reasons it was frowned upon in this country in the early days was because it was a meeting place and a place of idea exchange between musicians, not only in the African-American jazz community, but in the European-American jazz community as well. And that at the time wasn't seen as a particularly good thing in the country. So to start, I just say it's a great unifier of practitioners and aspirants, those who want to do it and those who are doing it. When people ask me, where'd you learn to play jazz? I always tell them I studied at the University of the Streets. I'm from New York, which was and still is one of the jazz epicenters in the world. I was fortunate to be coming up in the 1970s when there was still a number of really good musicians who were professionals from, say, about the 40s through the 50s. And when the 60s came along in rock and roll, later soul, funk, etc., became the popular music and sort of supplanted jazz. And the bottom fell out pretty much of what they were doing. They took regular jobs, but they were very active in the small bar and club scene in New York. And the younger folks who were interested in that sort of music, like myself, we could find these guys, and they were happy to show us what they knew and help us along. So one more time. Oh, I think there we go. I think I went one screen too far. Yeah, there we go. Back on again. It could be, yeah. Yeah, so the ways that you learn jazz are basically in this list. They're the modes of interaction, what we call jam and cutting sessions, which are basically ways that we get together, band battles, what were called parlor socials years ago, or rent parties, band rehearsals, and concert and dance attendance. How does that all work? Our glossary. The jam and cutting sessions are informal gatherings where we play the repertoire of the style, and we try different improvisational approaches. So we play with each other a lot. Band battles are similar to the jam and cutting sessions, but it involves a whole band, one band against another, whereas in a jam or cutting session, it might be one. Generally, a jam session is everybody's playing, but you might come into a situation where two guys are on the same instrument, and now they're gonna duel and see who can play better. Then it becomes what we call a cutting session, because now, let me see what you got. But it's a learning experience either way. So that's what we have. Same thing with the band battles. Some of the early band battles that happened, one of the famous ones with Fletcher Henderson's band and the John Goldkett band, where the Goldkett band just came out of the Midwest and they weren't expecting them to be that good. And they really were. And at the end, they exchanged arrangements and talked about what they were doing. And so this idea of a battle, it's sort of like there's all winners, because everybody gets something from the exchange. So it's really more about idea exchange than it is about competition, win or lose. The Red Party and Parlor Social was basically a leisure gathering where they'd have some jazz entertainment, usually a pianist or a small group, and then rehearsals, focus gathering of musicians in an ensemble to refine the ensemble performance and explore possibilities. I put it that way because when we go back to the 1920s, 30s, and in the jazz period, many times rehearsal wasn't just a place where you polished up music that had already been written and you were just getting it as good as it could be. A lot of the times they would alter the arrangements. Many times they'd the musicians would get together and make up arrangements where there's no written music at all, what we call head arrangements. And in fact, the famous 1930s Count Basie band that came to New York from Kansas City was one of those types of bands. It was they called head arrangements. And Basie even said, I don't know how these guys did it, but when they figured out an arrangement, they could play it exactly the same every night. So everybody had all their parts in their head. And in fact, Billie Holiday, the great singer, later railed against the way that era was going because there was a lot of more and more written music, more and more arrangers. And she felt like the best arrangements she ever sang with were the ones in Basie's band when nobody had any music. So that whole idea of what a rehearsal is, it was a different thing. It was really another way of exchanging ideas and creating new music, new soundscapes, et cetera. And then concert dance attendance, observing other artists in a performance for pleasure. Although in the case of a musician, you go a lot of times to study. You actually, if you hear a musician who you really admire, you go and watch them play because you can learn a lot from just watching somebody do what they do. In fact, I had read in a book, I think it was The Jazz of Physics, where they were talking about our brains have something called mirror neurons, that if you observe somebody doing a particular task, it activates the parts of your brain that would be involved in doing that same task. And so there's some scientific logic to just going and watching a musician you want to play like, because that was definitely part of it. So that's our glossary, and that's sort of, these are the ways you pretty much learn jazz. I mean, even at Central where I teach, one of our main things is telling them, listen to the records. You know, you can learn scales, you can learn chords, but a style comes from listening. It's, to me, more like the acquisition of language. Nobody comes to your crib with a grammar book to show you how to speak a language. You know, you just are immersed in the language, and eventually it starts making sense to you and you start imitating it. And after a while, you actually become proficient yourself. So the whole idea is that these are sort of the ways of doing that musically. Now, jazz, like I said, it was never welcomed in the beginning. These were just some music journals of the turn of the century, early 20th century, that talked about jazz. And that first one talking about the effect that ragtime was going to have on the youth of the country, instead of listening to quote unquote the classics, you know, more of them in the European symphonic tradition. And they said the youth, it dulls their taste for pure music, just as intoxicants dull a drunkard's taste for pure water. So in other words, this was a corrupting influence in their eyes. And they go on to say the counters, another publication, the counters of music stores are loaded with this virulent poison. So this is not welcomed at this point in the country. It has almost nothing new to offer in the way of strictly musical interests. And these are all the magazines at the bottom. The Etude, that's dated between 1900 and 1924. Different. There is a really explicit I guess, what can I call it? Well, an expression of consternation about this jazz coming into the national cultural consciousness. And this was from the musical Courier in 1913, where he says, can it be said that America is falling prey to the collective soul of the Negro through the influence of what is popularly known as ragtime music? If there's any tendency towards such a psychological amalgamation, towards such a national disaster, it should definitely be pointed out and extreme measures taken to inhibit the influence and avert the increasing danger, if it has not already gone too far. So this was not music that was approved of in the at this time. However, that did not determine the arc of development of jazz. Obviously, these were the beliefs of those who were considered experts and could write in journals and have their stuff published. So that was their view at the time. However, jazz continued to grow. Through all the disapproval, ragtime and syncopated band music grow in national and international popularity. James Reese Europe's band in World War I went to France, and he had one of the great bands of the time. And that started the gypsy jazz movement, the Hot Club of France, all of that started from that period. The syncopated music, which was what they called the music of James Reese Europe and those folks, that became the popular music. Along with that, New Orleans style jazz spread its influence. I guess the most famous, of course, example of that would be Louis Armstrong. Louis Armstrong was pretty much the stylistic touchstone for jazz from the 1920s forward. Pretty much every instrumentalist and vocalist patterned themselves after his work. So that also combined with this ragtime and syncopated music. Northeast, there was a stride piano school, people like James P. Johnson, Willie the Lion Smith, Lucky Roberts, etc. And that became a prominent force as well. And pretty much these first three bullet points, the stride, the New Orleans style, and ragtime and syncopated, these were all coexisting and sort of mixing together in different cities, notably New York, Chicago, Kansas City. And African-American and European-American bands proliferated in what would be known as the swing era. This became the era where jazz was the predominant dance music of the time. So swing era, this is when jazz became the most popular music, and these practitioners carried on all these traditions of the past, the jams and cutting sessions, the band battles, and the regular interaction at those types of events fostered bebop, which was the next thing to come along with Charlie Parker and Dizzy Gillespie and all the rest. This was some of the interracial collaborations in the swing era. The Benny Goodman Quartet, which had Lionel Hampton on vibraphone, Teddy Wilson on piano. We're gonna get that back. Gene Krupa and Benny Goodman, and so it was 50%. It keeps happening. Yeah, and Roy Eldridge, the famous African-American trumpet player, was actually a featured trumpet player with the Gene Krupa Orchestra. These were probably some of the first real interracial ensembles that were performing in public in the 30s and 40s. Billie Holiday with the Artie Shaw Band, another interracial situation. And these are only the high profile performance interactions. The jam sessions, and I really don't have time to even get into all the accounts from different biographies of musicians, but these jam sessions and band battles were participated in interracially, like the Benny Goodmans and Tommy Dorseys and Glenn Millers. They would all come uptown from Midtown New York to Harlem to jam with all of the African-American musicians in these different situations. So this was a very lively exchange, and it continues in a certain way up to the probably 70s or so. So my applications, how does this work in areas of exposure and knowledge to jazz? These methods of development, you know, using jam sessions, cutting sessions, band battle, et cetera, can be used directly. In areas where jazz is not be familiar, the principles can still be applied using the familiar music of the areas. It doesn't have to be jazz, but the principles and the practices that made jazz the force that it was in America as far as being able to unify people from different places, it could easily be applied to the musical styles in anywhere, not just Africa, but anywhere. And the key right here, as I say, is to foster interaction and idea exchange between the artists of different areas, thus creating mutual recognition and respect for each other's musical worlds, perhaps in time creating new musical worlds that are collaboratively developed. Thank you.
Going to use this microphone. Thank you, Professor Charles. That was wonderful. Our next speaker is Dr. Timothy Ajani, who is a professor of language and linguistics at Fayetteville State University. And the paper topic is Nigerian indigenous languages and cultures as tools of peace building. As you like.
Good morning, or is it good afternoon? I'm not sure. Huh? Well, I've decided to sit down instead because my presentation actually is the odd one in the group here. I'm the only person making a presentation not on music. So I'm sorry to disappoint you all. but I have a saving grace. I have a saving grace. My saving grace is that despite that, I'm a very, very musical person. And I play some instruments also. I do poetry and so forth. So saving grace there, all right? So my topic or my presentation really this afternoon, again, it's not going to be as exciting as what you have listened to, because music is always very exciting when we talk about music. But my profile is more sober because I'm looking at the intersection of language and culture and peace building. And we all know the power of language. The language is very, very powerful. As with music too, okay? And because music too is a type of language, really. And so my paper kind of explores how we can use language to build peace. Because in the world we live in today, and we all know, all you need to do is just go on the net, you know, put on your radio in the morning or your TV, and you are welcome into a world that is full of conflicts. Conflict, the world we live in today is just rife with conflicts. And it looks like getting worse and worse, you know. Somebody just wakes up one morning and they just feel, hey, you know, I have the power, I have the tools, I have the weapons, so I can invade my neighbor, okay? Because they are smaller, you know, they don't have all the resources I have. I can just go and take over their land, you know, and kill as many people as I can, you know, and bomb their houses and their schools and hospitals and so forth. Unfortunately, that's the world we live in. That is the world we live in. So, I was thinking about all of this, you know, how can we use language? Because we know language is powerful, and much of what is going on in our world today is done through the power of language. Okay, rhetoric, you know, just people use language to, and of course, we are in the age now of fake news, fake everything, fake everything. People turn things around, you know, you go and fight somebody, you know, you look for a different vocabulary, you just say, well, I'm not really fighting them, okay? I'm not really fighting them, I'm just, I don't know, reprimanding them or something like that, you know, for not being nice to me or something like that. So it's all about language, okay? So I will read through quickly. I know we don't have a lot of time, you know, really. So I'll do more reading because I could just, if I go on the way I'm going right now, I can be here for a long time. The language is probably one of the most important tools in peace building. It's not open to debate. It is the primary means of human communication and has the dual role of being used to either escalate or resolve conflict. Language has also has the distinction of being the avenue through which the culture, history, customs, needs, hopes, aspirations, again, coming back to music again and poetry and jazz and all that we've heard this morning, and all the aspirations of a people is disseminated, you know, through language. So throughout history, humans have used language to effect positive changes in society or bring about untold hardship and destruction. Thus, language is a double-edged sword, as it can be used for good or for evil intent. In Nigeria, too many times, we have witnessed, particularly in more recent years, unscrupulous politicians and leaders use incendiary and divisive language that panders to ethnic, religious, and cultural differences to stir up negative sentiments among the people, leading to deadly riots and mayhem in order to advance their selfish political and sometimes religious ends. So this paper explores how Nigerian indigenous languages and cultures can be used as effective tools for peace, to mediate peace. All right, so having said that, I think it was just yesterday or so, I just decided to go online to just see what's going on in our world, you know, in terms of conflicts. You know, I went to the Council on Foreign Relations, and I looked at their global conflict tracker, because they do have a global conflict tracker that tells you every day, every 24 hours, where conflicts are going on in the world, what kind of conflict is going on, and so on and so forth. And I found there are currently 23 conflicts going on around the world as we speak. 7 of these are in Africa. Okay, this is a very broad topic, so because I want to just narrow myself, I could talk about what's going on in the world for the rest of the day, and we will not exhaust that topic because we all know there's a lot going on, a lot wrong with the world we live in today. So 7 of these conflicts are in Africa. Although, again, I looked at another tracker, the world's conflict, it lists about 10 conflicts going on in Africa as we speak. So of the 7 conflicts listed on the Global Conflict Tracker website, 1 is in the Sahel region, which includes such West African nations as Niger, Nigeria, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Chad. This conflict is classified as violent extremism. So in Nigeria, there are currently two types of active conflicts going on: ethno-religious and herder-farmer conflicts. Okay, these are primarily in the northeast and middle belt regions of the country, and they are by and large economics related or resource-based, mostly triggered by devastation and devastating effects of climate change. Although some of these are generally couched in either religious or ethnic terms, at the bottom of it all is access to dwindling resources occasioned by drought and deforestation. For instance, we have the Fulani herdsmen taking up arms against local farmers because their cattle are kind of going into the farmers, farms and eating up their crops and so forth. And the farmers still say, wait. You can't just bring your cattle here, to eat my crops, my farm, and that becomes a conflict, and it's been very serious. Sometimes a lot of people have died and so forth. So these are conflicts that can be prevented through mediation by appropriate local, state, and even federal authorities, but have continued because local and national politicians have decided to take sides on the issue, or worse still, encouraging violence to further their political ends. So having provided a brief background to these conflicts, the real questions that arise are how can they be amicably resolved? How can these issues be amicably resolved without further violence? I believe the answer to this question can be found deep within our culture, a culture that encourages peaceful resolution to conflicts using age-old established systems embedded within age-old traditions of our people. I believe we can find a template that can be emulated in Chinua Achebe's classic novel, Things Fall Apart, which we all know well, Things Fall Apart. And if you've read Things Fall Apart, you would really see the effect of language, the power of language, to resolve conflict. We have a whole chapter in Things Fall Apart that just exactly focuses on that, just resolving conflict. There was a whole chapter. Of course, the other chapters in Things Fall Apart where conflict, was going on, and they bring in people who are good at using language, who know how to use language, who know how to use that tool powerfully, to bring resolutions. Okay. I will just skip there and just move on to probably the core of my paper, really, or my presentation, is to draw us into another world, really. Our earlier speakers and later speakers, speaker too, they're drawing us into another world, the world of music, okay, the world of music and how that can be used. So I'm kind of inviting us into the world of literature, the world of, and the Igbo culture. Of course, in Nigeria, okay, because again, I'm kind of trying to focus on Nigeria specifically, which is of course a part of the larger West Africa. So the different groups, people groups, do have tools, they do have ways of resolving conflicts, because we all do know there is no society without conflict. There are conflicts going in every society. I don't care where you may be, there's always some conflict at different levels going on each time. So, Things Fall Apart. Chinua Achebe in chapter 10 of his classic novel. So again, I'll just go ahead and just read this to make it quick. Now let's examine one classic case of such peace building in the above reference book. In chapter 10 of that famous novel, we witness how a communal conflict was resolved before it could lead to further hostilities. And that very democratically too. The chapter opens with the village elders and the titled men in the council at the village square. The disputants, Ngbafo and her three brothers on one side, and Uzowolo and her relatives on the other side. They are standing nearby. waiting for the traditional court session to begin and to be called upon to present their cases before the Council of Elders. A crowd of onlookers is also there to witness the proceedings. Thus, the court is an open one. Suddenly, the drum begins to sound loudly, and the flute also begins to blow to call the court to order. Amid the sounding gongs and blaring flutes, so there's some music too, isn't it? Okay. All right. Music is so powerful, you can't avoid music, all right? It's everywhere. Okay, so the flutes begin to sound, the gongs and everything. Amid the sounding gongs and blaring flutes appears the Egugos, the ancestral spirits of the clan, the Igbos, as they march in very solemnly to take their seats right in front of the Council of Elders. The court is now in full session. The Egugos address the leaders of each group of disputants and then listen carefully to their cases. After the lead plaintiff, Uzawulo, had presented their case, the case of his side, the lead Egugu, Evil Forest, that's his name, responds with these words of wisdom and caution. Your words are good. Now, let us hear Odukwe. His words may be good also. When I read that, that's very powerful. That is very powerful because it's always easy to hear one side and then we pick up arms. And that is what is going on. That's what is wrong with our world today. We listen to one side and we're ready to fight. Okay, we're not ready to listen to the other side. And we listen to, and each time there's a conflict, when you listen to the first side always sounds very convincing. Okay, the person that speaks first, until the second person comes in, or even the third or the fourth. Okay, so I really like that. That's a powerful word of wisdom that I think we can use today. He says, your words are good. We don't doubt what you've said. Now let's listen to the other side. His words may be good also. Okay. So because we always think in terms of, if this one is good, then the other one is bad. That is the way we tend to think. Oh, your word is so good, their word must be really bad. Okay, because it can be that. But what if we can actually have good and good? Okay. All right, so okay, yeah. So so Odukwe, the lead defendant, steps forward and makes a careful and deliberate presentation of their side of the story. When the lead plaintiff tries to interrupt his presentation, Evil Forest, that is the lead Egugu, steps in quickly to bring order. Next, witnesses are called upon to present their sides of the story. So we have three sides here. So we have one side here present their story, the other side, these are the ones that are in conflict, but then there's also witnesses called in here. They return, and next witnesses are called upon to present their cases, So after both sides had finished presenting their cases, the Egugos go on recess to deliberate. They return after a long while to deliver their judgment before the elders, the disputants, and the people. All right, thank you. Okay, there is complete silence as Evil Forest bellows. We have heard both sides of the case. Our duty is not to praise this man or to praise that, but to settle the dispute. Then turning to the defendants, he presents the judgment of the Egugos. Go to your in-laws with a pot of wine and beg your wife to return to you. It is not bravery when a man fights with a woman. Next, he turns to the plaintiffs and delivers his judgment. If your in-law brings wine to you, let your sister go with them. I salute you. Both sides agree with the judgment given and case is closed. What a beautiful demonstration of conflict resolution. Okay, so I have just a couple of minutes. So I'll just skip a lot of stuff there and go to the steps to peace. What we can learn from this story in chapter 10 of Things Fall Apart. What are some takeaways that we can bring into our modern day that is so rife with conflict? Can we borrow something from this? Can we borrow this template? And there are several templates there, but here's just one. Number one, there was respect, there was order and decorum from all sides throughout the deliberations. Number two, everyone had an opportunity to present their case without fear or intimidation and in an atmosphere of trust. Number three, when it was all said and done, both sides in the dispute agreed to abide by the judgment delivered by the judges, in this case, the Egungus, or representatives of the ancestors. Then finally, everything was done in a democratic manner. All parties concerned showed respect for one another and behaved in a civil manner. Sorry, I said that was not the last one. After three other ones. The next one says the judges maintained order throughout the deliberations. They demonstrated impartiality, which must have given credence to their opinions and made it easy for the disputants to accept their final judgment. The second to the last is, in the end, everyone left the court satisfied, knowing that the process and the judgment pronounced were both unbiased and fair. And the last one, the overall deliberations and the way and manner it was conducted resulted in the peaceful resolution of the conflict. What a beautiful example of democracy at work. So in one or two sentences there, my presentation, what is it about? So what I'm just saying is that, so instead of all that is going on today and the conflagration and just conflict going on, Nigeria and elsewhere, okay, we can bring people to the table, okay, use language, which everybody understands, and try to listen to all sides, try to listen to both sides. I think that's one thing we're not doing today. Okay, we don't listen to all sides. In fact, most of the times, actually, the parties concerned are not even willing to come to the table. That's the problem. So there is traditional embedded within our cultures in West Africa, a lot of good things that we can borrow from and apply them. We may not do them exactly the way they did, but we can use them as templates on which to build to arrive at peace building in West Africa. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anjani. So far, what I'm hearing is that we should listen to one another in terms of language, that perhaps we can learn from that through how jazz musicians listen, and that we should take it out into the street as well. So our last presentation is from someone everybody knows, Dr. Samba Kamara, and who is a teaching assistant professor of African American, and diaspora studies here at UNC. And before he begins, I just want to say from, I think probably from all of us on the panel and more generally, that I know organizing these things take an enormous amount of work, and really appreciate, Samba, all that you've done to bring us all together. Good. So, performing interfaith dialogue in Senegalese Muslim hip hop.
All right. I like to picture the challenges of peace building, particularly in this African part of the world, that is West Africa, as this big equation that we face. And it has a lot of variables that we have to resolve. And I think our panel has pointed or spotted a few of those variables. So gender, multilingualism or linguistic plurality, and then religion. So that's going to be the focus of my paper at this, variable that we need to plug in into that equation. So the title of my paper today is Performing Interfaith Dialogue in Muslim Hip Hop, and my case study is Senegal. So this is part of a broader project currently in progress. So your comments and feedback is most welcome. About 15 years after hip hop had landed in the streets of majority Muslim Dakar around the mid-1980s, the singing of Islamic topics in rap music in Senegal has come to be much less controversial than it had been previously. And actually, over the last 2 decades, starting in the late 1990s and early 2000s, several rappers have created what came to be this canon of Islamic hip hop that made this debate over whether Islam has a place in hip hop or not sort of obsolete. It's just interesting how rappers like these that I have interviewed look at hip hop now as a medium of conveying what some of the interviewees that I worked with called the new message of Islam. And therefore, this is a context in which music, or hip hop in particular, becomes what Carl Ernst has called in his work a technology of Islam, or a technology of Sufism, whereby hip hop is no longer a counterculture to Islam, but a medium of expressing it in a way. So that's sort of the starting point that I want to depart and then dive into my music has always played a major role in the popular imagination of collective identity and promotion of pan-ethnic solidarity in post-colonial Africa. This paper situates the mediating power of music in a contemporary West African context of increased religious tension. It explores how rappers in Senegal negotiate a counter-narrative to Islamic fundamentalism by amplifying Sufi messages of interfaith dialogue through lyricism and video performance. Sufism, which is often glossed as mystical Islam, is the Muslim tradition that informed Senegalese Muslim rap. What many Sufi Muslims have in common is their practice of Islam that emphasizes the spiritual over the literal meaning of the religious text. Unlike fundamentalist Muslims, Sufis are often more open to the notion of diversity in Islam and are culturally more accommodating of other faiths. Most Sufis also practice remembrance music, or dhikr in Arabic, as a supplementary medium of spiritual uplift. So this paper analyzes 2 rap songs, let's say 1 for the sake of time, by a hip hop duo, After Big Paradise. The duo is made of rappers Ara and Dezer, who are both affiliated with the Faida Sufi movement and are known for their contribution to the Sufi hip hop canon in Senegal. Sufi rap is a dynamic subgenre in the Senegalese hip hop movement. It took shape in the late 1990s and early 2000s as a result of the rapid urbanization of 2 local Sufi movements in Dakar and its suburbs. One is the Mouridia Muslim Brotherhood, the other is the Faida movement. 2 categories of rap songs dominate the Sufi hip hop repertoire. The first conveys the kind of Sufi propaganda that has sort of characterized generally Senegalese hip hop since the 1980s. The other is a counter or opposite to that first category. And it features or is characteristic for what I call a kind of Muslim cosmopolitanism. And this paper focuses on that latter category. So this is the duo that I focus on here. And then I would like to just give you a taste of the music, the song that I will be analyzing.
bu doon ku ne sa life la ñuy dawal tey cinéma ku gis sa série di nga xoos si pet bañ sa jëf fi ne fang li ma gis wax ko def ko ak fi ma dëgg sama tànk yàlla ngi def sutura si man mënoo ko xam popcorn bi man kase si cinéma yi seeraan sama film jëf moo ne nii man kase fi ne film nekk yàlla mi ma tiim tuddal ma diw ak diw mi la takkal te du niin faaw yàlla xawi lim denc nga gis diw dootu mën a miim yaa ñi gëm ni rasul deena ñoo gën a triste li tax mënoo xam Jésus parce que yaa tuddee lëndëm Greece Iblis doon buur ci jamono buñ sëlmalee timis borom ñaari bët yëpp gumba borom benn bët di gis fii ak fee ak fa ñu jëm fu jëm dul dekkiru jëfaru jëmam yoneen moo njëkk a gis moo tax moo njëkk a jébbalu lan nga ban nga law safarang ndox ko gëm yàlla bu Ibrahima wala bi Ibrahima wéeroon ngot ko gëm nit nga rek doo dëm nekkal ki nekkal lépp wéetal ki wéetoon dem amiin saa yoo wéetee yow ak sa bopp wéetoo nga ak sa yaara bi free ruudu jar wiccit free kenn amul seen jër free fay nañ prix pour jënd mais fekkuñ si man sam rubi bu laaf doon may jàmm ramatu du xam pied ay mindaa foon di xeex ngir yow te ci yow lañ ne boo càkkaare nim lay naqare mettin nga yëg yërmande yàlla rek kay wàllu jaam te kenn amul njëg bi
I'll have to stop there for the sake of time management. Popcorn features a stream of consciousness type of narrative, declaimed in a kind of preaching rap. The video clip opens with the first rapper, WARA, soul-searching inside a movie theater. He grabs popcorn, takes a seat, and watches an autobiographical movie detailing his own life path. In the second scene, he adorns a Christian crown of thorns and meditates about his deeds and fate as a Muslim and a human being. The imaginary movie within a movie lays bare Ara's imperfections, his natural flaws and shortcomings. It recalls the Muslim rapper's once narrow-minded views about Jesus, and how such narrow-mindedness had fueled his phobia for his Christian counterparts in the past. Watching the introspective biopic causes an awakening and a new sense of humility in the rapper. In the remainder of the song, the duo goes on to condemn religious fanaticism. They target ultra-conservative Muslims, inviting them to undergo the same kind of transformative introspection to free themselves from dogmatic zeal. By interpolating Catholic symbols into an Islam-inflected rap song, the rappers purposefully embedded an aesthetic of paradox as their technique of artistic communication. In Popcorn, the meaning behind such an aesthetic is best understood when we read the song as the performance of an Afropolitan consciousness. Afropolitanism for Rachel Mbembe, who is a Cameroonian historian and philosopher, even though he doesn't like to call himself a philosopher, is the urgent awareness of the fact of African identity, not as a kind of immutable and timeless purity, but as the product of the fundamentally multi-layered, itinerant, and hybridizing history of the continent. And this is how Mbembe puts Afropolitanism in his own words. If cosmopolitanism as an ethic of being in the world means openness to the foreign, and this is Kwame Anthony Appiah, Afropolitanism then can be understood as an African kind of openness to the foreign. Therefore, the Afropolitan is this African subject who is aware of his post-colonial heritage, of a chaotic cultural diversity, and who chooses to develop a harmonized personality from this diversity rather than being torn apart by it. In other words, Afropolitanism de-essentializes the idea of identity in a similar way that the two Sufi rappers strive performatively to de-essentialize Muslim identity by emphasizing Islam's sensitivity to time and to the socio-political urgencies of the Senegalese post-colony. Like other Sufi songs by Ahlul Paradise, Popcorn stages interfaith dialogue by foregrounding an Afropolitan music aesthetic, using lyricism and video performance as two complementary mediums of musical storytelling. The song is mainly an invitation to modesty and urges ultra-conservative Muslims to question the interpretive foundations of their often hostile perception of the Christian other. The video clip's peak moment is when it shows Ara wearing a crown of thorns. The scene is iconic and suggests two interpretations. First, the crown evokes a biblical story about the crucifixion of Jesus, an account that ironically contradicts a widespread Muslim belief that Jesus, or Prophet Muhammad for the Muslims, was not crucified on the cross, but instead was raised alive to the heavens. Secondly, by wearing the crown of thorns, the Muslim rapper enacts a Christian lament over the sacrificial death of Jesus. The Muslim rapper's celebration of a Christian narrative in both scenes forms the pinnacle of the song's Afropolitan message and instantiates the rapper's staging of interfaith dialogue. Ahlu Brix's performance technique is simple. It consists first of staging staging a taboo, of staging a provocative scene, which here can be a taboo or a controversial act, before then trivializing that taboo through a musical performance. In Popcorn, Ara poses the controversial act on screen when he endorses a biblical story, thereby challenging an established truth in his own Muslim tradition. Ara's performative act is not just provocative, but it allegorizes what Ralston calls, quote, the deep disagreements on fundamental issues regarding the nature of Jesus of Nazareth, the prophethood of Muhammad, the meaning of the cross, the human condition, and the missionary impulses in both religious traditions that have engendered rivalry and recrimination, unquote. In post-colonial Africa, instances of extremist violence and the social fracture born of such rivalry have posed a serious challenge to nation building. And since Professor Lowe is here, I will cite his book as a wonderful exploration of not just Africa, but also the rest of the Arab world on how this political Islam has challenged nation building. Popcorn provides an artistic response to the status quo precisely by banalizing the dogmatic and interpretive sources of tension. Therefore, Popcorn is not an effort toward an exact rendering of a biblical event, any less than it is a denial of the Islamic story about Prophet Isa's last days on earth. Instead, the song taps into iconic text from Karin Barber of popular culture to convey a kind of Sufi Afropolitanism. This Sufi Afropolitanism proclaims the primacy of human life and social cohesion over the triumph of individual religious truth. By staging taboo, the song provokes a reflection about ideologies running counter to the cosmopolitan ethic. In that sense, the song constitutes a performative act of de-escalation, which you were talking about earlier. In that, as a symbol, it renders trivial and almost laughable what otherwise might justify death and contempt of the other in the name of God. Moreover, Popcorn's interweaving of Islamic and Christian symbols through both video and vernacular Wolof lyricism evokes a Senegalese post-colonial reality where the mutual cultural influences between Islam and Christianity have come to inscribe a trace of each faith on the other. This in itself makes Sufi Afropolitan hip hop a cultural footprint of a Senegalese tradition of interfaith dialogue dating back to a long time. In conclusion, Popcorn is in many ways an extension of Ibrahim Niass's cosmopolitan Sufi teachings as iconized in this code. The performance of interfaith dialogue in Popcorn lies in its enactment of an Afropolitan consciousness as the basis of ethical personhood, or what you call in the world of Nite, personhood. Ahlu Brix's Sufi Afropolitanism suggests that Islam's moral project is not as fundamentally removed from moral projects in other faiths as it may seem to be. For the Sufi rappers, therefore, the foreignness of the religious other is not a threat to be suppressed, but rather a mirror of one's humanity. Composed in an inquisitive tone, the song warns against the dangers of, quote unquote, what Suleiman Basir Jan called tribalism in religion, and invites ultra-conservative Muslims to take responsibility in the construction of, again, quoting Barack Obama, our common humanity, that famous speech he gave in South Africa in 2018. Furthermore, when read as an audiovisual text, Popcorn conveys an Afropolitan aesthetic. In the video clip that you just saw, the crown of thorns, the wooden learning tablets, the slingshot, and the bird, or pikiramatu, tell each a different Senegalese story. Now fold those stories upon one another, and you obtain a perfect analogy of Senegal's complex religious diversity. The song calls for an acceptance of that diversity as a legacy of an undeniable shared Senegalese past. Thank you.
I think we have, am I correct that we have a few minutes for general discussion and questions? Yep. So I'd like to just first thank our panelists and then open the floor to any questions that you might have, including open the floor to questions of our panelists to one another. So if anyone would like to jump in, yeah, by all.
That was giving me trouble before. Ah, here we go. Yeah. Yes, that's an excellent question. I guess I could say in my case, not a lot is lost because I don't know if I'm a professor yet. I just, you know, I'm just teaching. But I think what what's been an issue for especially jazz in academia and in general is that there's sort of an acknowledgement that there's only one type of musical science or intelligence, and if it's not expressible in the jargon of Western European symphonic music, that it's not a science. And that has been very hard to erase. You know, that's not going anywhere anytime soon. And so that being the case, you find workarounds. You know, I mean, sometimes it just has to come personally. I've had I had one student one year in my jazz combo who he was from the United House of Prayer. If any of you know what that is, that's you know, they have a lot of guys who play by ear, and he would come in and say, well, I don't know anything about music. And I would always tell him, well, you have to know something about music to do what you do every Sunday. It's not that you don't know about music, it's that you don't explain it or you don't execute it according to certain certain parameters. Yeah, but the fact that, you know, the whole idea of jazz has been, I like to say that it was basically over years where people with basically an African music making tradition had to figure out how to get these European instruments to make the sounds they felt their music needed to make. And I mean, it took a long time. I mean, it wasn't then after the Civil War where African Americans in this country could actually possess horns and drums, because if you go back to Thomas Bowditch and Mungo Park, who were explorers in Africa, they talked about the fact that in many African societies, there were people who could carry on conversations with flutes or trumpets or drums. So, and I mean, an actual surrogate for speech, where they said the trumpets would play something and the people know exactly what they just said. So you couldn't have slaves playing horns, man, because they might call the guys on the other plantation, you know, let's get together tonight and let's take care of business. So anything with any carrying power wasn't really allowed. That's why most of the slave instruments they had a lot of string bands, but nothing with too much power. But getting back to the subject, it's hard to, more gets, let's put it this way, in most programs, I think more gets lost than needs to. But that's because there's sort of a surrender. Basically, that's what I call it. It's a surrender where they just say, well, it's there's only one kind of musical science. It's like Western European musical theory. That's what music really is. And everything else, folks are just guessing. And my argument's always, well, if you're guessing, how do they duplicate it? You know, if you're guessing, then it shouldn't be the same every time. So, you know, that's close as I can come to an answer for you.
Thank you. Oh, Vicky.
Excuse me, it's a great question. I actually this, I think I sort of accelerated my writing about this piece just for this conference. The initial focus that I had on the study of Sufi hip hop in Senegal concentrated on studying the aesthetics of cosmopolitanism in fundamentally religious sort of Islamic rap, meaning a kind of rap that just talks about Islam and doing some kind of propaganda sort of discourse. But then when I started seeing these video clips by Afrobrick starting in 2016, that's when they released their first typical Afropolitan Sufi song titled Alleluia. So that was a context in which Robert Cohen had died, who had composed Alleluia, who is a Canadian singer. But of course, later on, I did ask them if there was any intertextuality with Cohen. They said, oh, no, we didn't know Cohen. Yeah, that's the nature of popular culture. But yeah, so this is a small portion in the broader Senegalese Islamic hip hop subgenre. And Ahlul typically, because they are affiliated with Ibrahim Niass's Sufi movement, which is just very cosmopolitan in its Islamic teachings, then they find themselves sort of being called upon to convey this message.
I think we should probably move on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So please please hold your questions for individual conversation later on, and thank our 4 panelists for a really wonderful and musical beginning to a discussion about peacekeeping. So thanks very much, all of you. Thank you, Oladele.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
Hi, I'm Amy. Nice to meet you.
Hello, hello. So if we can reconvene, I think the more time that we can have more time for questions at the end. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the names here, make sure I have everyone's name. Copy. Okay. I've been asked to remind everyone, if you could sign the attendance sheet, this is something WARA needs, so just take a minute to do that. I believe it's on the front table there. And welcome back, or welcome for the first time. We have a panel here which is entitled Post-War Reconciliation, Democratic Struggle and Mutual Aid Economies in Post-Colonial Contexts. And we have 4 speakers. Dr. Amy, is it Schwartzat? Thank you. Dr. Samuel F. Childs, Alfredo Rojas, and Dr. Colin Thor West, and Dr. Maram Gay. I hope I'm saying, or Guy. Thank you. So we'll have them in that order, and I'll let them introduce themselves, and then at the end we'll have questions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samuel Fury Childs Daly, and I'm an assistant professor of African and African American Studies, History, and International Comparative Studies at Duke down the road. Nigeria's 4-decade experiment in military rule ended abruptly on June 8, 1998. And it ended not with a bang, but with a whimper. For the 4 decades leading up to this moment, Nigeria had experienced an intense military dictatorship, or rather a series of military dictatorships that had tried to reinvent Nigerian society, to make this vast country into something more like an army, and to change how it worked from the ground up. On June 8th, Nigeria's then dictator, General Sani Abacha, died suddenly, probably of a heart attack, although speculation at the time and since was rampant that he was poisoned with a glass of tainted apple juice, either by a disgruntled junior officer or by his favorite Indian prostitute, or perhaps by some combination of the two. However he died, Abacha's death was a kind of deus ex machina moment of African history. It caught the military completely by surprise, and there wasn't someone immediately in place to take over from him. The soldier who did take over, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, proved to be quite unlike the men who had come before him. He was a Democrat, and he actually handed over power to something called the Independent National Electoral Commission, which he created, which staged an election. That election brought to power General Olusegun Obasanjo, who himself was a former military dictator who had ruled in the 1970s, but had gained a certain amount of goodwill from the Nigerian public, given that he had actually willingly handed over power to civilians, to the so-called Second Republic, which lasted for about 4 years. Since that time, Obasanjo had retired from the military. He had shed his uniform in favor of the agbada, the flowing robes that are a symbol of political authority in Nigeria. He had made a fortune. He had been born again. Like millions of Nigerians, he found evangelical Christianity in this period. And so when he came back to power after 1999 as an elected civilian politician, he was a very different kind of person than he had been in uniform in the 1970s. And one of the first things that he did was create a commission, a judicial commission of inquiry into the events of military rule. And this commission of inquiry was called the Human Rights Violations Investigation Commission, but it was more popularly called the Oputa Panel, after the judge who convened it, a prominent Nigerian judge named Chukwudifu Oputa. Now, I don't want you to be distracted by the human rights in that title. Human rights was an idea that was circulating quite widely in Africa in this period. If you follow historical scholarship, you will know that there is a long-standing and, to my mind, rather trite debate about where exactly the idea of human rights comes from, what are its intellectual origins, how does it get instrumentalized in this period. In my view, the human rights in that title was mostly ornamental. And what this really was a judicial commission of inquiry in the same model or on the same form as the commissions of inquiry that had taken place during colonial rule and also during military administration. You may be familiar with something like the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, or indeed similar commissions of inquiry in Canada and New Zealand and elsewhere into events of settler colonialism, apartheid, large historical problems that have to be worked through. The idea behind a commission of inquiry in this form is that it is there to repair. It is there to allow people to enunciate their grievances with the state, to work through their psychological and historical trauma, and to allow the country to get past that trauma in one form or another. The Oputa panel was not exactly this. Like I said, it was more like the commissions of inquiry that had taken place during colonialism. Okay, before I get to what it was, though, I want to talk briefly about the judge who convened it, who is a very interesting person. Chukwudifo Oputa was a Nigerian Supreme Court justice and a very eminent judge, not only in Nigeria, but really everywhere in Africa, who was just a fascinating character and a perfect encapsulation of some of the tensions and ironies of this period in African history. Oputa was an anti-imperialist who venerated the English common law tradition that he had been trained in. He was a disciplinarian, which the military government that had initially appointed him liked very much, but he also rendered many decisions against the military. He was a very independent-minded judge, which, as you can imagine, they didn't like so much. There's a great quote from one of his most important decisions that I think well encapsulates his judicial philosophy. Those who broke laws, he wrote in 1986, broke the rules of nature. Nature keeps her books relentlessly and pitilessly. Your credit is good for her, but she collects all her debts. There is no land you can flee to and escape her bailiffs. Every day, her bloodhounds track down the men and women who owe her. Every generation, a new crop of fools come in. They think they can beat the orderly universe. They are wrong. Oputa saw himself and his fellow judges as nature's proxies. They would sweep aside anyone who dissented from the military's disciplinary vision, and indeed, law was very important to militarism as an ideological system and as a form of politics. You can't revolutionize society from the ground up and make everyone act like a soldier without courts and courts martial and magistrates and jails and all of the kind of apparatus of law. Oputa was not exactly an apologist for military rule, however, even though he had been one of its most important architects, at least in a legal sense. He was also a person who personally disliked and distrusted soldiers and did everything that he could, even when they were in power, to avoid them. And the choice to hand over this commission of inquiry to him once democracy had returned after 1999 reflected that long-standing animus that he had expressed against soldiers. Okay, so what is a commission of inquiry? To get back to the question that I posed earlier. A commission of inquiry inquires, but does not punish. It can forensically examine what happened during a contentious era of history. It can lay bare structural inequalities, or it can suggest some sort of framework for redress. The best known commission of inquiry from Nigeria's colonial history is the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into the 1929 Aba Women's War, or Ogu Umunwanyi, in which the colonial government basically invited everyone who had participated, or not everyone, but many people who had participated in the tax rebellion to come together and share their grievances, put them in print, publish them, and then close the matter. And this is basically what a commission of inquiry does. It provides a vent for public anger about some issue. It puts that anger in a nicely bound form, and then allows the state to basically ignore it. I'm not going to go into the detail of what happened during the Oputa panel, except to say that it was a vast inquiry. Over 700 people provided testimony. It was televised on NTA. Millions of people watched it. Eventually, the proceedings were collected in a final report that runs to thousands and thousands of pages. But just like with colonial era commissions of inquiry, ultimately it came to nothing. The Obasanjo administration decided, after staging this inquiry and devoting quite immense resources to making it happen, they decided to ignore the final report, which is a source of much grievance by Nigerian dissidents of all stripes today. The court had inquired into matters high and low, large and small. It had looked into the events of the Nigerian Civil War from 1967 to 1970. It had examined the pogroms that had led up to the Civil War and also the acts of violence that followed it. It also looked at more ordinary kind of crimes that soldiers had committed during the period of military rule, right down to contentious interactions that took place on street corners or in bars. So a lot of people had invested energy in the Oputa panel and had been led to believe that something was going to come of it. And when nothing did come of it, there was a lot of bitterness over that. Okay, I want to now speak briefly about what peace meant in this situation, because the theme of this conference is peace building. And usually commissions of inquiry like this are presumed to have some sort of function in creating peace. The idea of peace that soldiers like Obasanjo were working from was idiosyncratic, and it was very different, I think, than what most of us in this room would conceive of as peace. Peace to soldiers like Obasanjo was not the absence of conflict. These are men who know violence intimately, who are trained for it. And the telos that they are trained for is battle. They also kind of long for that telos. So the peace that they wanted was the peace of order, not of the absence of conflict. This was a peace where everyone knew their place and everyone did their duty. And this was a peace where people would control their impulses. And the raucous kind of public life that Oladele described in the last panel would have been anathema to these soldiers. To civilians, the peace that soldiers wanted, of course, was the peace of a graveyard. And in this period, as throughout military rule in Nigeria, there was a long-standing tension between soldiers and civilians over what peace was, also what freedom was, and how those things might be attained. Military rule had promised peace in exchange for liberal freedoms. The idea was that if civilians were willing to give up certain rights and certain entitlements, a prosperous and orderly society could be achieved. But of course, this didn't preclude all forms of freedom. And in fact, militarism had offered its own version of liberty that was, I would argue, as idiosyncratic as its view of peace. The idea was that if everyone could be made to act and think like a soldier, then true prosperity could be achieved. If a woman selling produce on the side of the road could be made to act and think like a private, then she would become truly free. She would no longer be a slave of her own impulses, and discipline would allow her to self-actualize. And this is a term that soldiers actually used all the time. They were very enamored of pop psychology. And as you can imagine, to the people who were caught up in this system, this felt like no freedom at all and no peace at all. I'm going to end with what I hope doesn't come across as a platitude, because I think it's actually quite important to understanding this moment in African history. But not everyone dreams of liberty, or at the very least, not everyone dreams of the same liberty. And to soldiers, the appeal of returning to a political and ethical world that was orderly and disciplined was not about building some sort of unfettered type of freedom, whether individual or collective. Rather, this was about tightening the constraints that they believed were necessary for a harmonious society, which had been loosened by colonialism and democracy and the kind of chaotic rule that civilians had allegedly brought to Nigeria and other countries like it. And so independence and decolonization, in their view, was about rebuilding this traditional form of authority that had been lost over the course of independence. An authority that was ascetic and masculine and very much unfree, except perhaps by their own strange definition of freedom. I think that all of this is critical to understanding Nigeria in this period, and it's also critical to understanding the Oputa panel and what was being litigated or adjudicated there. Like I said, the Oputa panel kind of failed in that the final report was dismissed out of hand. Nothing that the panel recommended was implemented in any meaningful way. But at the same time, it was successful in a different way. It did allow the public to vent their grievances. It did create a kind of opening for some sort of democratic conversation in Nigeria, even if it wasn't one that was acted upon. And credit where credit is due, the Fourth Republic, which is to say that the civilian government that Obasanjo's rule inaugurated, has survived for a quarter of a century. And the country has been ruled by civilians since then. Now, granted, two of those civilians, Obasanjo himself and Muhammadu Buhari, are former soldiers who still in many ways retain the affect and ideology of soldiers. But it is critical that they are not actually soldiers, and the military's role in politics has diminished. It has faded largely into the background. And I think the Oputa panel probably should be credited to some degree with that. the fortunes of the Nigerian armed forces have fallen quite precipitously since 1999. After the Abacha years, which were a disaster in pretty much every way you could imagine, soldiers retreated from politics and they left government to civilians. This isn't to say that the story is over. There are still many grievances that Nigerians have against their government. And like I said, the broader kind of purpose of the Oputa panel failed. But the idea that some sort of judicial commission of inquiry can serve the purpose of repair, political or otherwise, remains very common in Nigeria. And people still call for commissions of inquiry to all kinds of political problems. I would imagine that there will likely be one about the election that happened a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to leave it there. Thanks very much.
Okay. So I have a question to start out my talk. So how many of you have eaten cashews today? Okay, one person. Okay, well, do you know where your cashews are coming from? Okay, well, I guess technically I don't really know either, but it's possible that they come from the Ivory Coast. So Cote d'Ivoire, along with India and Vietnam, are the world's top producers of cashews. And so today I want to present on a project that has been in development since I started graduate school here at UNC. So my name is Alfredo Rojas, and I'm also going to be presenting with Dr. Colin Thor West, and we're in the anthropology department. And so my presentation is on the cashew industry in Cote d'Ivoire, agricultural change in the country, and how local farmers work to diversify their agricultural livelihoods by incorporating cashews into their farming system. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to detail every, I guess, item on the outline, but just to give you a general sense of what I'll be talking about, I want to go over the agricultural and historical context of the Ivory Coast. And then I wanted to show you some maps and also introduce my research site. And then I wanted to explain a little bit about the labor strategies of households in my research site. And so I will get into all of that. I wanted to start out with some general definitions first. So I will be using the word subsistence crop, I'll be using the word cash crop, and I just wanted to kind of lay down the definition. So subsistence crops are crops that are grown by farmers in order to sustain themselves and their families. And a cash crop is a crop that's grown for an economic, I guess, grown for one's economic benefit in order to make money. And the Ivory Coast has been a global leader in certain cash crops like cocoa, cotton, and more recently, cashews. And then just to situate where the Ivory Coast is, also known as Cote d'Ivoire in French, I provided a map, and then the area where I did my research is in this northwestern area that you see here. And some takeaways that I hope you get from today's presentation is that Cote d'Ivoire is a large producer of export crops. Um, um, and the communities that are partly responsible for these export crops are also farming communities that sustain themselves through subsistence agriculture. In the north, this has been characterized by an expansion of cashew or orchards. And local communities in the north rely on family and community labor in order to accomplish their agricultural work. So perhaps what the Ivory Coast is known for is its cocoa production. It's one of the leading cocoa producers in the world. Oh. Oh, I don't want to, sorry. So cocoa production happens primarily in the south. And in 2014, the country produced 1.8 million tons of cocoa. And this extends back into the 1950s, which has been going on since. And it's a very lucrative industry. And as I said, it expanded very widely in the south, which also meant that cocoa plantations were leading to large-scale agricultural change, and it contributed to deforestation in the country. And in 2021, the Ivory Coast produced 40% of the world's global cocoa production. And in the north of the country, there's been a different dynamic going on. So the north of the country is a savanna environment. Savanna environments are dominated by various trees and grasses and shrubs. But I would also say that a savanna environment is also characterized by human societies, local communities who farm subsistence agriculture as well as cash crops. And so the image that you see here is just a random area in the north that I chose, but it kind of just gives you an interesting example of orchards and agricultural fields, as well as some, I guess, like natural vegetation. Perhaps this is like riparian forest. In the north, cotton has historically been a prominent cash crop. Cotton's history can be traced back to the pre-colonial period, where farmers intercropped cotton with yams, millet, and maize. After French explorers and colonial actors became interested in the crop, and they competed with Jula being the linguistic and cultural ethnic group in the region, they competed with Jula traders in selling cotton. In the 20th century, the cotton industry was governed by a French company in conjunction with the Ivorian government. The crop is pretty labor intensive, and communities have also had to rely on herbicides in order to farm cotton. And then I would say that production really kind of ramped up during the 60s and 80s. More recently, the North has also been part of exporting raw cashew nuts. So cashew nuts are, if you've never seen like where cashews actually come from, you know, like before I became interested in the Ivory Coast and agriculture, I had no idea what a cashew even looked like, but they grow on these apples. It's a tree crop, and the nut is actually this part here, and it's encased in a shell. The shell, like in its raw form, it actually has like toxic substances, so it can be corrosive, so it has to be processed. And this became a commercially successful cash crop in the 1990s when the global demand was high. So a shift occurred whereby farmers in the northern part of the country began diversifying their agricultural practices and integrated cashew trees with other crops like cotton, as well as their subsistence crops. This means that there was an increase in agricultural land use devoted to cotton, as well as cashew orchards. So the graph that I show here shows I guess I could call it a transition. You see this kind of blue purplish line that represents seed cotton in tons and thousands. And so during the 60s and 80s, you see that there's this increase. And then cashew nuts, I would say, didn't really have a role to play in terms of export agriculture until the 80s, 90s, and now you see there's kind of been this exponential rise. And so indeed, farmers are incorporating cashew orchards into their agricultural systems. And that also means that there's large-scale land use changes happening. So I just wanted to show you a quick map. It's a land use and land cover map. And I just wanted to define what land cover and land use were. So land cover are the biological attributes that make up the Earth's surface. Land use are the way that humans kind of act with intent on those things. So, think of like forest is like, land cover, whereas agricultural field would be considered land use. And in the interest of time, I'll just kind of go over this quickly, but this is a land use and land cover map of Côte d'Ivoire in 2013. And one thing that I wanted to point out is all of this yellow that you see, which represents plantation as well as agriculture. And so cocoa production happened kind of primarily in the southern region here, whereas cotton and cashew production occurs in this northern savanna environment. And so you can see like one thing that I just stands out to me is that, agriculture is everywhere. And it's an important part of what makes up the nation's landscape. And so I wanted to introduce my research site. So I did research the past year in the Cabo Dougou region of northwestern Côte d'Ivoire. And the red star that you see here is the regional capital city called Ojine. And I did research across 3 communities represented by the large blue dots that you see here. And I'm gonna go over this, but I was doing research on how households can manage agricultural labor for both subsistence agriculture as well as cashew orchards and cotton. Sorry, I'm going through my notes on my computer as well as managing this computer, so I get confused which computer I'm actually interacting with. In 2015, the Ivory Coast was one of the world's leading producers of cashews. In the northwestern subprefecture of Ojine, so that capital city that I just showed, it produced around 33,000 tons. Environmentally speaking, I think the effects of the industry are still being determined. I know that there's been some research done in Guinea-Bissau that tries to determine how cashew orchards have affected biodiversity. I think the impacts are still uncertain, but that is to say that cashew orchards are really I think characterizing the northern region. People are converting agricultural land into cashew orchards, and it provides an important source of revenue for communities. And so one aspect of my research was to understand the nature of agricultural change and to identify what cashew orchards look like at a community level. So what you see here is a series of maps where the left most map highlights the Cabo Dougou region. The middle panel zooms into Ojine, the capital city, or the regional capital city. And it shows where one community is represented by a high resolution satellite image. And the rightmost panel is a false color composite of a high resolution satellite image, where all of the red that you see just is highlighting vegetation. So yeah, I mean, I guess where you would see green, the red kind of makes it stand out more. And so I looked at this image for 2 different time periods, for 2003 and 2008, to identify where possible cashew orchards are, and then to understand how it changed over time. And so I tried to digitize where orchards existed in 2003, represented by these orange polygons that you see. And then I also digitized where cashew orchards were in 2008. And so I think one thing that is clear is that there's more cashew orchards over time. And this is just within a 5-year period. And I think it also allows us to better understand the distribution of cashew orchards and how they expand. And then to kind of go over like the last part. So we can see change occurring through satellite derived data, but who is actually driving this change? I argue that local communities are the ones who are modifying the northern savanna landscape. And this happens through local configurations of work through which agriculture production is achieved. So this is done through family labor, paid working groups, reciprocal labor groups, and hired labor, to name just a few types. Family labor is structured around the household. The Jula word lu means compound, can kind of be loosely mapped onto what we consider a household. Working groups are larger groups within the community. They can be paid to accomplish a specific task in a short amount of time. And reciprocal groups are associations among friends. So they come from other households and they help each other out. They circulate or kind of cycle through their fields. And then individual hired labor is just that. It's somebody who's hired for the day. You pay them in order to help you out. And so the way that cash crops like cashews and subsistence crops are grown is that they're actually intercropped for the first few years. So this is a picture of a farm that I was standing in. And I'm pretty sure this is corn. But then in the background here, you also see that there's some young cashew trees. And so this kind of intermixing, like intercropping happens for about 4 years until the trees become mature, the canopy closes, and then I guess, a lot of crops can't survive under that shade. So then they'll move into another part or another area. And so working groups can help farmers get a large amount of work done in a small amount of time. And some of these groups are paid and some are reciprocal. Reciprocal work groups are normally provided a meal that's cooked by the household who's benefiting from the work. I guess I was wondering, how am I doing for time? Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna wrap it up. There is more to say, of course, but I guess I just wanted to end. I'm gonna skip over this. I just wanted to end to say that I guess referencing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, Zero Hunger. One aim is to improve access to resources and market opportunities for farming households. And one way that I think we can move towards a sustainable future is understanding the local realities and local context through which agricultural culture is achieved. Yeah, so that was all I had. Thank you very much for your time.
This presentation is going to be a medley of stuff, but I'm putting two discourses in conversation. This is combination of my work as a scholar who's interested in feminism, feminist organizing, and my own activism across Senegalese diaspora. So I'll be talking about organizing, women's activism, and then the general representation of feminists and gender activists in Senegal. So, and also because I'm a storyteller, you will hear lots of stories too. On a hot summer day in July 2019, I was actually on a WARA fellowship when Senegal was facing Nigeria for the Africa Cup. We wore loose clothing, covered our heads, and arrived one by one at a gas station in Grand Yoff in Dakar. There were only one man amongst us. We called him our Guru Mbotai, the man of the Association of Women. We needed him because as women only, we would not be able to get this important appointment. We were lobbying for the law criminalizing rape in Senegal and needed the backing of some religious leaders. Mind you that until 2020, rape was a simple misdemeanor in Senegal. The appointment was arranged by one of our members who had a connection with the right-hand man for this particular religious leader. When we arrived, when everyone else, we walked in silence toward the house. It was obvious that many of us were nervous as what we would say to the religious leader and how we would be received, or how our plea would be received. We had decided to meet in as many influential religious leaders as possible in order to explain to them why we needed this law more than ever. Just a couple of months prior, Binta Kamara, a 19-year-old woman, was raped and killed in Tamba in the southeastern part of Senegal. We had quickly organized a successful sit-in during which we demanded the criminalizing of rape. And even though we had more backing this time, because many organizations have been working to make rape into a crime in Senegal for years, this rape murder was literally a catalyst to it. When we arrived at the house, we were told that the religious leader was not in and that we needed to wait. We waited. The wait lasted 2 hours. Of course, the soccer game was over. I'm a soccer fanatic, so that was on my mind too, even though I'm an avid activist. We were finally received. The leader, even though he declined to shake our hands as women and did not look us in the eye, he was very sympathetic to what we had come to share with him. His Jorin, who was the right-hand man, spoke in his ears. He spoke back to the Jorin. We had no idea what he said. The Jorin communicated that the religious leader charged him to investigate what we were talking about and get back to him. We left the house uncertain of why we came and what we had accomplished. This story tells you about how some religious leaders, I'm certain many of them, are not aware of really what is happening in the country. I'm sure that this religious leader did not know that rape was not a crime in Senegal. And I am going to juxtapose this with some other religious leaders or some other preachers, I wouldn't even call them leaders, I'll call them preachers, and how they depict feminist activism and gender activists. And these two discourses would tell you about how one side views their work and how they are represented in Senegal. In Senegal, the word feminism or feminist is diabolized, and feminists are often viewed as enemies of the nation and destroyers of families and traditions. Senegalese feminists are accused of importing Western values and being funded by foreign lobbyist organizations that want to impose alien practices into Senegalese society. This label and accusation are not the reality and ignore how Senegalese feminists are, for the majority, deconstructed and apply Senegalese peace building and negotiating tools such as waxtaan, which is to have a conversation, masla, to negotiate in the form of picking one's battles and knowing what to fight over, what to let go, and sutura, discretion, teranga, hospitality, gift giving in order to strengthen relationship. Drawing from several critical feminist activities and engagement in the past couple of years, including my own, I show how feminists in Senegal diligently use traditional Senegalese cultural practices to create a peaceful and just society in which women are seen as full human beings who should be agents of their lives and engaged citizens of the nation. It has become increasingly difficult in Senegal to speak about violence against women because the debate is often hijacked by men, mainly newly minted Muslim preachers who accuse gender equity advocates of importing Western ideals. Islam is increasingly weaponized to put women in their place. Just to remind people, I'm sure many people know that 94% of Senegal is Muslim. And many rely on these preachers for knowledge of the Quran. On November 7th, 2021, the triple murder suicide by dentist Falapai shocked the West African nation and its diaspora. According to autopsy report, Falapai, Dr. Pai asphyxiated his two daughters, stabbed his son, the oldest, who was 13, with a sharp object before cutting his own veins and dying of a hemorrhage. In a 10-page letter filled with rage and contempt, which Pai allegedly posted on social media the day before, addressed to his ex-wife, a respected gynecologist to whom the courts had given temporary custody of their children, Pai frames her as an ungrateful, calculated monster who used him to become a mother and wrote that he did not want his last name on future descendants from these children. The letter, along with the pictures of the children, was published by Senegalese news outlets and widely circulated on social media. It quickly deepened the polarization of the debate on violence against women and children in the country. Public opinion is still divided as many Muslim men believe Pai's allegation in the letter and blame his ex-wife for the catastrophic outcome of their divorce. Under Article 15 and 17 of the Senegalese Code of Conduct, the journalist Haira Cham, a clinical psychologist specialized in criminology, sued the press for the publication of the children's images. She also wrote a post on Facebook analyzing Dr. Pai's letter and the motivations behind his crime, which she termed a punitive infanticide, followed by a cowardly suicide. Ms. Cham's post was later reprinted by a local online news outlet without her permission. Following the publication of her text, Imam Amadou Mahtar Kante, a Muslim preacher with a heavy social media presence, wrote a post chastising Ms. Cham, calling her expert assessment of Dr. Pai's letter the stance of a vindictive radical feminist, inciting a social media backlash against Ms. Cham. Imam Kante is among a new group of Muslim preachers who deal in hate speech against women based on a feudal and manipulated Arab-centric patriarchal Islam. Their videos are widely circulated on YouTube, Facebook Watch, and TikTok, and their incendiary rhetoric strives to relegate women to second-class citizens and push them out of the public space. None of these preachers preach about Islam's strict condemnation of murder or suicide. They hardly commented on the children's murders, and when they did, they blamed the mother for pushing Pai into depression. When interviewed about the Pai case, Irandao, a preacher with a bombastic rhetoric, responded, the question to ask is, what kind of suffering did Pai's ex-wife inflict on him? Ustaz Modufal, another preacher who was popular on social media, said that women are deliberately mean and can cause a man's heart to dissolve like an effervescent pill. Imam Kante's comment about Miss Cham also aligned with Mam Mahtar Gay's claim without evidence that Senegalese feminists have Freemasonic lobbies behind them in their plaidoyer for the legalization of medically assisted abortion in cases of rape or incest. Gay, no relation to me, who's the leader of Jamra, a vocal Islamic NGO in Senegal, organized a press conference to advance that Islam is categorically against abortion, even though it is a disputed issue in the religion because different schools of thought disagree on when an embryo is considered a human soul. Using the 1984 controversial film, The Silent Scream, by Dr. Bernard Nathanson, the founding member of the American anti-abortion organization, Naral Pro-Choice, Gay graphically demonstrated what he alleges happens during abortion and referenced the recent Texas abortion law to sweepingly claim that the United States too agreed that at 42 days, an embryo is considered a human being. I'm going to pass forward a little bit because I want to get to some of these other story. The phone call came in at 11 p.m. The woman was distraught, and even though I usually refuse to take calls from numbers I do not know, this one seemed different. Something told me that I needed to take it. I need your help urgently. My sister's child, the woman said, my sister's child has been kidnapped in Senegal. I was confused. Why would she call me? What could I do? I am not in Senegal. Did they call the police? I said, we did, she replied, but they said there is nothing they could do, and that it was her fault. I was more confused. She told me the story. It happened that this woman who was in an abusive marriage has tried to get out several times, but every time that she tried, there was mediation and then she went back. But this time she was determined to leave and then asked her sister to come and help her get her stuff. The sister came and helped her get her stuff and they left with the children. And then later, when her husband came home and found that she was gone and that her sister helped her, he was furious. The next day, the husband went to the sister's children's school and kidnapped her child and said that if she does not bring his own children, he will not give back the child of the sister. And I, in America, was the one who was called to help in this case. So, of course, 11 p.m. in America will be a good, at least 3 a.m. in Senegal. And I am a member of two organizations. One is a feminist one is just like a gender activism one. WhatsApp is our lifeline. We do most of our organizing on WhatsApp, the place where the activist magic happens. I left a message in one of my feminist groups whose members are mostly in Senegal. I knew it was at least 4 a.m. there, but some of the ladies are always on the lookout. I prayed that someone would see my message, and they did. After the usual outrage, we got so many heartbreaking cases. We get so many heartbreaking cases every week. Someone said, call my brother-in-law. Here is his number. He can help. I left a message on the number because I did not dare call a stranger at this time. The next morning, the man had replied with instructions on how he could help. He needed to go to Dakar. I sent money. And this is in conversation with feminists are paid by lobbyists. I sent money via Wave. So the person who is in another city in Senegal could get the fare and go to Dakar to help this family. We often fundraise amongst ourselves to help victims, move cases forward, or even buy materials for our activities. The story here is that he helped, but in order to keep that connection for future cases, I had to call him once in a while because, and this is again in conversation with how Teranga, Masla, all of these negotiating tools, when put to good use, really help, as opposed to when they are put into bad use, as in terms of protecting predators, in terms of the masla or the sutura that we usually do. This morning, as I was coming, somebody shared a link again to a conversation in Dakar, where this Quranic teacher sexually abused 25 girls, and a congregation of Quranic teachers and imams were going to do mediation on his behalf, which tells you how teranga and sutura and masla is applied to bad use and how feminists use it to solve cases. So I usually call this person once in a while to just chat, to say, we're thankful because I know we will need him again, and we did need him many, many times. Teranga in Senegal is Senegalese identity card because we're called the country of Teranga. It's passport, that virtue by which it shows up in the world and prides itself in extending it to everyone who steps on its soil. It is lauded internationally as the country's biggest charm, its trademark, it's an art. But Teranga goes beyond hospitality. It comes from the Wolof verb teral, to honor someone by making them comfortable, loved, appreciated, wanted, respected. Teranga is not reserved to guests or foreigners only. It actually is an act that starts at home, in family relations. It is an integral part to peace building and fighting justice because it extends compassion, care, and respect to the parties. It is a transaction in which both parties benefit and hence are bound to uphold teranga. Teranga mo koy fay. It is teranga that pays back teranga, meaning that when someone extends teranga to you, the only way you can show appreciation is by giving back teranga. It does not exclude rigor and resolve when needed. When balanced, teranga benefits both parties because one giving it comes from a place of openness, gift giving, and a desire to ease tension. When women uphold teranga daily by smoothing out relationships through actions, words, and sometimes sacrifices that do not benefit them, but for the sake of keeping peace, they put their own desires and priorities on the side in order to extend teranga. I don't want to go too long, but I want to talk about sutura, which usually is heralded in Senegal when somebody does something that is condemnable, especially when it comes to sexual abuse and gender violence. People are asked to apply sutura, which is discretion in terms of solving the case. But most of the time, this sutura is most as empathy for the perpetrator, not the victim, who is usually a woman. Patusaw's statement recently that feminists, there's a real witch hunt for feminists in Senegal. We're saying that you are a feminist is close to declaring that you are a dum, someone who is able to eat humans and is hungry for the souls of men. How dare they speak of what is unspoken, unyi sutura, which means that you display the family's secret for the whole world to see. So feminists, like the black sheep of the family, speak of what is taboo, to speak about the other face of the father who exudes the love and care on the outside, but at home abuses his children. So I'm looking at how the Senegalese nation, literally, when it comes to dealing with gender violence, we like to go in the outside the world and say that we are a peaceful country, we're a country of teranga, but then all of these are not applied to women, especially women who are victims of gender violence. So I leave you with this story. The phone also rang again, and this time at 11 p.m. And the person said, I need your help. And she's in Ohio. And this is, again, a extension of how gender-based violence also happens in the diaspora and how it is dealt with, especially by women on this side. And in a group that actually I created in 2017, we do a lot of this work through social media. So this woman, I've never met her, and they all have my number. So she called and said that she is pregnant, and the pregnancy is difficult, but most importantly, her spouse had left her in an empty apartment, taking the furniture away, and she'd been drinking rotten milk for 4 days. I did not know what to do again. So I went on social media and asked who is in Ohio. And of course, somebody responded that they are in Ohio. And when I got on the phone with that person, I asked her to go to this address that the woman had given me. And yes, when she went, she found the woman. She was pregnant. She didn't have anything to eat. She was bedridden. And we fundraised and raised over $10,000, paid her rent for 6 months, provided her with lots of stuff that she could take care of, even sent money to Senegal to her father, who's helping take care of her 2 other children. That's how you apply sutura. Nobody knew who she was but me and the lady who went to see her. Thank you.
I see that we're behind, which may be mostly my fault, but perhaps we should have the questions casually during the break, or do you want to open it up? Okay, let's have one question, the best question. I just intimidated everyone, so, yeah.
So maybe we can just keep talking while we
Thank you. Thank you to our speakers.
No, I don't, I mean, I just thought people would want to know.
I will let him tell his story. Hello, Professor West.
Thank you so much for organizing this.
Bob, could you introduce yourself to the small community of West Africa?
Sure.
I don't know if you want to tell anything about your own story,
Really?
but just say a few words about yourself. It's a story. How do you come up?
Yes.
And
it's
follow,
so
let him
much.
share whatever you. All right, everyone. So we have been very lucky to have Pap, Pap Beng, who is Senegalese, West African, and so we were able to not just talk about matters pertaining to West Africa, but also to eat real West African food. But trust me, Pap has a story to tell. And I don't think we have time to listen to it entirely, but it relates to immigration. So I'll just let him share what he can share, but just tell us about yourself, what you make, and maybe tell us about your business. Whatever you don't feel comfortable sharing, for now, ignore it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Pap. My real name is Papa. In Senegal, it's a really common name. I'm a chef. I am the founder of Tuki Cuisine, which is a concept that I'm developing to show the connection between West Africa and Central America. I mean, it was based in history. 2011, I went to Mexico and I randomly went to an Aztec museum. And they told me that in the 16th century, there used to be Senegalese people living in this area. I said, "Whoa." I mean, am I dreaming or not? So, I mean, for sure, I saw the similarity in the cuisine, on all the food, the flavor, and as a chef, I kept like digging and doing my research. And 6 months ago, I decided that I want to share the food, but I want to share the story behind the food. So that's why today, thank you guys for having me here. I just moved around here from California. So I'm starting my little business. I do catering and I do pop-ups at Carborough. And yeah, today we having mostly Senegalese food, a little bit of like, a Central American twist. We're having yeah, good, yeah. So we're having tres leches sauce,
at the Mel's commissary in Cabarro. I was at the one he had yesterday, last night, and what he does with the funds raised is he gives it to the school district, and they help newly arrived kids, especially kids who speak little English. And that's what his fund, the pop-up fund, goes to the profit from that.
So we've been using the document. We can use these as a backup in case they, the battery runs low.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Oh, no. Everybody's sitting as far from the moderator as possible. Nobody wants to be near the moderator.
That's fine. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. It's now my great pleasure to begin our panel discussion on careers in African studies. And we have with us a panel of 4 excellent senior scholars of Africa, who I'll introduce very briefly. The way that this will go is we'll have some questions, but it would be nice if it was a general conversation, very informal. Okay, to introduce them now, Professor Michael Van, who focuses on anthropological representation, economic and political anthropology, social movements, colonialism, migration, belonging, and indigeneity in Africa and North America. His first book is called Longing for Exile, Migration, Relief, and the Making of a Translocal Community in Senegal, which is a historical ethnography that explores the cultural and social history of urban migration in Senegalese communities. The second book was Up from These Hills, Memories of Cherokee Boyhood, co-authored with Leonard C. Lambert. It's an experimental, collaborative autoethnography that documents American Indian experience in the mid-20th century and interrogates the representation of Cherokee. He was from 2005 to 2015, he was the founding director at UNC African Studies Center. And he's currently co-chairing a working group that is developing the curriculum for global indigeneity here at UNC. Lisa Lindsay is professor and chair of the Department of History at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, a specialist in the history of Southwestern Nigeria, slave trade, and the French world. She is the author of Atlantic Bonds, 19th Century Odyssey of America and Africa, which won the African Studies Association's Best Book Prize in Peacebuilding. Her previous publications include Working with Gender, Wage Labor and Social Change in Colonial Southwestern Nigeria, Captives as Commodities, The Transatlantic Slave Trade, co-edited volumes of Men and Masculinity in Modern Africa, and Biographies of Black people. I'm giving partial biographies. This is just a taste of their accomplishments. So, Vilo is an associate professor of practice of Asian and Middle Eastern Studies and International Comparative Studies at Duke University. Originally from Senegal, Bo completed his undergraduate and graduate training in classical Arabic language and literature at the International University of Africa in Khartoum, at Khartoum International Institute for Arabic Language, Sudan. He also holds an MA and a PhD from Cleveland State University, from the Maxine Goodman Southern College of Technology. He's a recipient of several awards, including the National Humanities Center Fellowship, the ACLH Fellowship, and others. He is the author and editor of 9 books, both English and Arabic, that examine the intersection of intellectual and social discourse of Arabic and Islamic cultures. Victoria L. Ravine is is professor of art history at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and current director of the UNC African Studies Center. She specializes in African textiles and dress practices, and her current project addresses the important roles of textile dress in colonial era interactions between France and French West Africa. Her most recent book is African Fashion, Global Style, Histories, Innovations, Ideas, and Wear, published in 2020. Okay, so my first question for our panelists is about the paths that you took to what you said. There are many different paths that people take into the study of Africa. Some learn about a place in order to learn about themselves or their own past. Others are drawn to studying people whose lives are very different from their own. Some of us come to our topics by conviction, others by happenstance, which is what I would say true for me. Many by some combination of both. So I'd love to hear what took you to the study of Africa, and perhaps also what you studied. We won't go in any particular order.
I'll go first.
Great.
I'll get us started. So, you know, happenstance definitely resonates for me. I came to the study of Africa not at all with any deliberate intention to study Africa. I was an art major as an undergraduate, and I got a job. My first job was at a natural history museum in Chicago, and I was just mesmerized by the objects in the old, outdated, horribly labeled 1940s and 50s era cases in the Africa Hall. And that's what led me to want to learn more about Africa. I'm one of many people who never encountered a course on Africa as an undergrad. I think that's becoming less common. I hope it's becoming less common, but I would have really had to seek one out as an undergrad, and I didn't know I was interested. So I always tell my students now, it doesn't matter if you haven't studied Africa before. At any point, you can enter into the study of Africa and become really impassioned at that field. So for me, it was an object, or one or two objects that led me in the direction that I've been following.
Can you all hear me? Okay, great. Happenstance also took me into African studies, and this is a story that I always tell my undergraduates, consider it a bit of an object lesson, particularly now because students tend to be so focused when they enter college and sort of self-assured about where they want to be in 20, 30 years. So yeah, as an undergraduate, I focused mostly on Asian studies. And when I completed my undergraduate studies at William and Mary, I knew I wanted to go into the Peace Corps. And I met with a Peace Corps recruiter, and there were Mauritania, which is a country I had never heard of at that point, could not have placed it on a map, was they had a real problem with volunteers ETing or early terminating and leaving. So they were looking for volunteers who were very young and naive, and I looked like very right materials to this recruiter who, in the course of the interview, you know, just sort of looked at my transcript and said, "Oh, you studied French. You know, we're going to send you to Francophone West Africa." I'm sure he had working factors, might be the right material to send to Mauritania. What he didn't do was look at my grades in French, which would have convinced him otherwise. You know, and so I found myself in the Senegal River Valley, in southern Mauritania. Spent a lot of time in Senegal, and it was a life-changing experience for me. It really put me on this path. When I came back to the U.S., I worked for a while for the sense of studying Africa was dealing with that, I was in a way, I was often, I should say, but I always consider as an explore in African transfer.
that I'm writing about. So for me, how was it possible to creatively get engaged in the subject matter by connecting research to praxis was the issue. And I found it in activism and call myself a scholar activist. But in teaching in African studies, some of the challenge that I have, I mean, I'm a lit critic, I study literature and especially orality, but for me is this idea of a global Africa. There is no way I can know Africa, and yet I am tasked with teaching Africa. I speak Wolof, maybe some Fulani, but I do not understand other languages in Africa, and that is the biggest challenge for me. So this is probably not a question, but how do we bring these countries and other cultures into the study of Africa? For example, nobody studies Gabon. Like this Madagascar, we are literally very removed as Africanists from those areas. What are the things that we can do to, because yesterday I heard Stephen Skip in an NPR say that he did not know that Gabon had a opinion or something like that, as he was talking about geopolitics or something like that. And that made me think about, I myself sometimes forget about Gabon. I mean, it's true, I'm just being honest. So how do we bring these studies into the global study of Africa and African studies?
Thank you. We have folks in the Zoom, so let's try to use the mics.
I mean, I have one response to that, which is it very much depends on what discipline you're in, because I can think of, I'm pretty sure that there are political scientists, there's a pretty big literature on Gabon from some perspectives, but not others. Or I know Madagascar through the silk weaving, the famous, amazing textiles of Madagascar. So, and yet there will be holes in my knowledge because nobody seems to do art history in Malawi or whatever. So I totally take your point. It's very easy for me to teach a whole semester, mostly, I hate to say this, in Nigeria, Mali, and Congo, and I'm going to say maybe South Africa. So yes, I mean, we're all very bounded, I think, by the literature in our disciplines that tends to overrepresent some areas and leave others untouched from our perspectives. So yeah, I agree. Let me put it that way. Who would like the mic?
I just want to add for my good friend here. When I talk about problem solving, it is not necessarily, I didn't even think about working, people working with government and military and so on. But the little that you were given, you can actually make change with it. We just have to think always beyond ourselves, beyond our students, beyond our audience. I mean, most of my classes I teach at Duke, I try to always reach out to community organizations, civil society group in Africa, and try to find ways of incorporating them into my teaching. The course I'm teaching currently this semester, Africa and Arabia, we work with two groups. One at AUC, American University in Cairo, and one is a refugee school in Maadi, Cairo. At times, we have over 50 students online on Zoom. Half of them are refugees, the other half are students. And it is not something we've been doing. This is my third time to teach this course. And the second time I taught it, we used to have three groups, one in Morocco, one in Senegal with West Africa Research Center work, and one in Egypt. So these are what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how do you just, based on what you were given, we in our schools, we are now interested in public scholarship. That means, okay, how do I just need to write this paper to get that tenure position? Or can I, so we need to realign our priorities. A few years ago, I have a talk with a good colleague, one who was offered a position of tenure based in exchange of where he is. And where he is now, he's doing very well. But I was telling him, okay, you are really in 10, 15 years, you will retire, really. What would that tenure bring to you? Because you'll be losing the impact that you have now. that impact is beyond you, beyond your university, right into more than 15 countries in Africa. And the problem with the Ivy League system is many of our colleagues
Okay. And, and, um, and you know that often the students will write back in their essays about how Africans do X or Africans, you're like, no, that was not, that was not the lesson. So and then the phenomena that certain parts of Africa get a lot more attention than others. Gabon is a great example. I happened to spend 3 months there. So it's sort of like an unusual part of my biography. There's a whole story there.
I think the batteries are too low.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. And this question that you're bringing up, and I think this is a problem of academia, and I see it with my American Indian colleagues. It's a piece of the personal biography of every single American Indian scholar that I know, that they devote a significant part of their academic life to doing work that does them absolutely no good. None. Because it's not valued within the academy, but it's work that they feel compelled to do. We're hiring someone that we managed to get into a named chair, and some people would say, well, her scholarship is not enough. Well, this is a woman who built a cultural center for her tribe. She was a major player in building a huge museum in Oklahoma City along these lines. And this stuff just, everyone says, well, where are your publications that get read by 5 people and are in a language that are often inaccessible to the people that you're writing about? And this is part of decolonizing academia, is making sure that work that is engaged scholarship, gets full recognition for promotion and tenure, so that we don't have to wait until we're 95 years old to be able to even think about that work. So thank you for raising this point. I think it's very important.
We need it for the Zoom.
Thank you for your comments and your insightful questions. So what we're sort of currently talking about reminds me of a text that was written by Fred Moten and Stefano Harvey called The Undercommons, in which the argument is that basically, so this is sort of arises out of, this concerns that come from Black studies in terms of thinking about decolonization, identity, et cetera, liberation. And the argument essentially is to use the university to steal from it in order to benefit communities or benefit one's community. And so it might be useful to think about. I would encourage people to take a look at that text because I think it informs some of what can sort of contribute to some of our thinking around this question of how we serve communities, but then also what we're actually doing in the academy and who we're actually serving, what we're actually serving, right? That's it. I just wanted to share that text with people. The Undercommons, it's by Fred Moten and Stefano Harvey.
Anybody else? Maybe I'll say something. So I teach in a Black Studies department at Duke, one that was founded in 1969 in a spirit that I think created a lot of Black Studies departments in the US. And we read a lot of, we read a lot of Fred Moten and think a lot about that question. I don't know how well that fits the African studies paradigm, but it's an interesting and provocative one, and it's a good essay.
I have not read it, but I'm going to brainstorm about how it might fit the African studies paradigm. So thank you. And that is, I've thought a lot about the fact that even at a relatively poor state university, like some of us here feel like we work in compared to Duke, for instance, we have incredible material resources here. And especially when we consider our colleagues at African universities, we have material resources here that people in other parts of the world just dream about. And I do think it puts a certain onus on those of us who have, say, a library card at a place like this, or access to research funds to use our powers for good, to try to create knowledge that is then publicly available, or to engage in collaborative projects with people who are at universities that don't have the same kind of library that we do, or what have you. But it also makes me think and here I'm going to geek out as a historian in particular, about archives. And that is that the historians of Africa talk a lot about the colonial archive, because frankly, archives of colonialism are great. The colonial powers kept paper records of all the things that they wanted posterity to know about. They buried the things that they didn't want posterity to know about. But there are some great paper records. And so to go to an archive and to do research on, say, like the 1940s in Nigeria is, by historians' work standards, not all that hard. But then after independence, archives take a totally different turn. And if you want to do historical research in written documents for things after that, then the records are all over the world. And they are wherever mobile people moved them to and brought them. And so research projects on topics after about the 1960s, as Sam knows really well, require going hither and yon to pluck archival materials out of all of these different repositories all over the world where happenstance took them. And you can do that if you teach at Duke. And it's really hard to do that if you teach at the University of Ibadan, for instance. You need to have research money, and you need to have a reliable internet, and you need to have a university that's library subscribes to all of these things. And so again, it kind of gets back to a point I was making earlier. And so I apologize for being a broken record, but it means that some historians need to be the ones who leverage the resources of wherever they are and bring all these things together and do those kinds of challenging transnational projects. And some people need to dig deep where they are and do fine-grained local research, and all of that is important. We need all of it. But we can't just assume that the discipline is going to be one side of this and not the other, that it's, you know, we are multitudes.
And just to shout out, Mbai, a few years ago, you did a conference at Duke about networking in African institutions that I think raised a lot of these questions and, you know, confronted head on the material realities that Lisa is talking about. You have anything to add about that?
Some of you are familiar with our colleague here, Carl Ernst, who, you know, traveled to Senegal with some of his colleagues from UNC Chapel Hill. And the discussion was about how to collaborate with the Department of Religion at Cheikh Anta Diop University to really understand how we teach religion in the US or in the American academy. But the underpinning point in Carl's discussion was, and which is very true, in the French tradition, the understanding of religion is very narrow. Yeah, but Senegal is a very rich society with Sufism and Sufi groups. But the exploration of Sufi studies in Senegal in the last 20 years was primarily led by Anglophone scholars, primarily from the US. Also, institutions exist in Senegal for many years. I mean, you have IFAN, which goes back to the French Institute, which was established early on around following World War I. But the focus on religion was very narrow. So this was just a good example beyond the one I organized at Duke. But Carl's outreach to Cheikh Anta Diop, unfortunately still in the process, could really change one of the leading institutions in Senegal's understanding of religion. Another one was also an attempt we did collectively. You have IFAN at Cheikh Anta Diop, but the issue of access to this manuscript is just a matter of training. It is something that we all librarians at Duke can help. So taking a librarian from Duke to spend the time there working with people on how to deal with manuscript can have impact. The workshop that we organized at Duke was, we were mostly inviting university presidents in Africa. We reached out. Yeah, and we brought them to campus, and our objective was just to understand, well, two points. One of them,